Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the October 2nd, 2018 Federal Way City Council meeting. I'd like to invite Troop 302 of the Boy Scouts to come forward and to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good job, fellas. All right. And just so you know, if you want to show your friends, all you have to do is go to YouTube and go Federal Way City Council, October 2nd, 2018, and you can show your parents or your friends at school, or just take a look at it sometime. It'll be there forever now. So thank you very much for the honor of starting our meeting for us. Thank you. Okay, so there's been a lot of going on. We've had a lot of public comment and interest in certain things in regard to accountability with our police department. And, oh, yeah, thank you. Councilmember Moore, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to move to amend the agenda to add an item to council business for discussion about the funding for a rally to vote event.
Second.
All right. And would you say the topic of the amendment again, please?
To funding, discussion on funding for a rally to vote event. A discussion on that.
It's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, there's been a motion and a second. And where on the agenda did you want that put?
That's a great question, Mr. Mayor. I would say after item A on council of business.
Okay, so the creation of an item B, essentially on council business. All right, just to let everybody know.
Council business.
All right, council, any other discussion? There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor to amend our working agenda for the city council meeting to add that item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that's a unanimous vote to add that agenda item to council business. Okay, now, as I was saying, there's been quite a bit of interest in the issue of police accountability and what systems we currently use, and also a particular litigation item that has been of interest, and there had been some media interest, but obviously it's very difficult in a city council setting, and we certainly don't litigate these matters at a city council meeting, but there's been a significant amount of information provided via public comment, and so therefore I thought it important to make sure that for purposes of the public, the council, everybody in the community, we're going to have a presentation first by the Chief of Police, Andy Hwang, talking about police accountability. Contained in that will be the Chief's announcement and walkthrough in regard to the Chief's call, our Chief's Advisory Group, and we've got Chair Bob McKenzie here for that as well. And then we're going to have City Attorney Ryan Call talk about what the actual status and history of the Hunter versus City of Federal Way. With that, Chief Hwang.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Farrell, Deputy Mayor Honda, members of the council. At the City Council meeting on September 18th, we heard citizen comments from people connected to a lawsuit against the city. This evening, I'm going to provide a response on behalf of the 163 dedicated professionals who work each and every day to protect the people of Federal Way. Overview of the presentation, I'm going to first share with you what it means for our city, our police department, to be nationally accredited. I'll also share with you in all the ways citizens can file a complaint with the police department and the most common type of complaints that we receive within the police department. I'll also give you some background information on Officer Durrell, and I will also provide some response to the citizen comments that were made at the last council meeting. On the use of force, we'll look at the historical data for the Federal Way Police Department for the last 8 years. On training, I will share with you our comprehensive training program to keep our culture and our organization healthy. And Chief's Advisory Board, I will tell you about the purpose of this board and the intent of building trust and confidence with our citizens. Police accountability has been an important topic since the first police department was formed in New York in 1845, 173 years ago. Given the challenges of balance and accountability in policing, 4 organizations in 1979, International Association of Chiefs of Police, National Sheriff Association, Police Executive Research Forum, and the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives launched an initiative that would develop and elevate the professionalism of policing and accountability. The effort resulted in the development of CLIA, the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. CLIA has been a heavy influencer in the law enforcement profession for nearly 4 decades. CLIA establishes the best practices in the field of law enforcement. There are approximately 18,000 law enforcement agencies in this country. 3.5% are nationally accredited by CLIA. In the state of Washington, there are 281 incorporated municipalities, 39 counties, and 1 state police agency. 7 of those 321 governments in the state of Washington can claim that their police force is nationally accredited. The process of being accredited is rigorous. CLIA does not easily hand out the accreditation because their reputation is on the line. And that's the reason why there's only 7 agencies in the state of Washington that are nationally accredited. The Federal Way Police Department is currently credited at the highest possible level of excellence with Gold Standard. We are one of the 7 agencies in the state of Washington. The accreditation formalizes an external review process and procedures by objective third-party professionals, and they spend about a week or so at our police department, and they do a lot of pre-work before they even get out to Federal Way. We were reaccredited in November of 2017 and found to be in full compliance of all the standards that were reviewed. We are very proud of this accomplishment by our staff. To achieve this accomplishment, which is to provide the highest level service to our residents. It's vitally important for the council and our citizens to know that the police department meets the highest standards in policing. I wanted to point out just a couple more things. By supporting and assuring that the police department is nationally accredited and reaccredited last November, the council provided very important police oversight. The national accreditation assures that we have a solid foundation and substance needed for police accountability. Complaints. By far the most common complaints we get center around police not doing enough. Not doing enough traffic enforcement in neighborhoods, particularly in the spring and in summer. Not doing enough with transients and trespassing. Not enough attention to human trafficking. Not enough patrol on our trails and parks. Not enough firework enforcement on 4th of July. Not enough A to Z. The biggest challenge that we face in our police department is juggling all the resources that we have to try to meet all the demands that's placed on us by our citizens and our policy group. And we have dedicated professionals, we have solid, experienced leadership, and we're able to get the job done. While the demand for policing seems limitless, our resources are necessarily limited. Ethical policing requires us to hear and respond to complaints. CLIA demands that we do, and we receive complaints in all these forms. We don't reject any. We take all complaints seriously, and we're very prompt about getting back with our citizens on any complaint issues. That's just part of our culture. That's how we do business at the Federal Way Police Department. During the council meeting on September 18th, one of the speakers during the citizen comment period alleged that a man had been bitten by police dogs while sitting in a police car in Federal Way. The allegation caused serious concerns, so we started looking into it the following morning. We found no record of this incident in our city. We spoke to both canine officers. They stated that no such incident took place with their dogs. We examined the records of previous dogs and their handlers. We then call the person who made the allegation to you, standing here at the podium. To date, he has not provided us with a case number or the name of the person who was allegedly bit. Unless we get further information, we do not believe this incident involved Federal Way police dogs. The same speaker also stated that the officer involved in the lawsuit used a chokehold on a teenager in front of Federal Way High School. We found no record of a use of force by that officer at Federal Way High School or any other school. Nevertheless, if more information is provided to us, we're willing to review it, review the force, to determine if it was reasonable and within department policy. We owe it to the citizen and to our staff to do a complete review. Speaking of chokehold, that term was used numerous times at the last council meeting, while the concept of choking effectively stirs emotional response in the audience. The term is not accurate when describing a police technique. Federal Way Police Department does not use a chokehold, which means cutting off the airway. Use of a neck hold, lateral vascular neck restraint, which does not block the airway, LVNR, is taught at the State Police Academy to police recruits. In fact, I am not aware of any injury to date as a result of this technique being used by our department. The speaker stated that his office has received staggering number of calls originating from Federal Way, and he was overwhelmed that he couldn't deal with all the excessive force complaints coming to his office. Federal Way Police Department has had 5 external citizen complaints of excessive force in the past 5 years, an average of 1 per year. That is a very low rate. Now I'm going to share some background information on Officer Durrell. There's been a lot that's been said about him. Officer Durrell is an 11-year veteran of the police department. He is hardworking, dedicated, and a loyal employee. He's a valued police officer who's making a positive impact in our community each and every day. I want to share with you some recent cases he handled, each of which will inform you the type of person and the officer that he really is. On September 4th of this year, just a month ago, Officer Durrell made a stop for a traffic violation and arrested the person for a warrant without incident. After the arrest, Officer Durrell found 2 Rolex watches and a video camera in a backpack. He suspected the items were stolen. Through further investigation, it was revealed that commercial burglaries had taken place days prior. Officer Durrell put the pieces together, and the stolen property was returned to the rightful owners. The 2 business owners would have never thought in their wildest dreams that they would get their belongings back. The crime was solved, and because the suspect was apprehended, no doubt other burglaries were prevented within our city. Without the extra effort of Officer Durrell, the burglaries would not be solved, and the bad guy would still have the stolen items. One of the victims personally thanked me for the work of Officer Durrell and others. If the victims encountered Officer Durrell, I am certain that the business owners would shake Officer Durrell's hand and thank him for a job well done. On August 16th, about a month and a half ago, Officer Durrell and his sector partners' quick action saved a human life. Officer Durrell responded to a welfare check. He made entry and discovered the homeowner in the midst of a medical emergency. Officer Durrell and his partner rendered aid prior to South King Fire and Rescue personnel arriving, most likely saving the person's life. If the citizen encountered Officer Durrell, I have no doubt that the survivor would embrace the officer and thank him for a job well done. Officer Durrell has performed successful CPR on multiple occasions. Because patrol officers are in the field, they can sometimes arrive quicker than firefighters beginning the process of saving somebody's life. Although not required, Officer Durrell responds to medical emergency calls because his heart's in the right place to make a positive difference in others. The people involved in these medical emergencies may never know the involvement of Officer Durrell or the care that he gave them, but I have no doubt if the details were revealed to them, the survivors would embrace Officer Durrell and thank him for a job well done. You may recall a senseless stabbing, attempted murder, that occurred in October of 2016 on Halloween night. Officer Durrell solved it. The crime occurred when an innocent woman, Miss James, opened her residential door to give candy to someone who was there presumably to trick or treat. The suspect said nothing. Without warning, he quickly stabbed Miss James in the torso and then fled. She survived because her fiancé was home. As you recall, this was a high-profile incident in Federal Way. A senseless and a random attack like this deserves to be. Officer Durrell was a detective at the time. He worked tirelessly to solve the case and make the arrest. As you can imagine, if this happened to you or your family member, the arrest brought great comfort to the survivor. I still remain in contact with Miss James. One thing is for certain. She will be eternally grateful to Officer Durrell for a job well done. In 2014, Officer Durrell received the Medal of Honor from the city right here in this room for his heroic action that saved multiple lives in 2013. Officer Durrell and other officers put their lives on the line to protect limitless innocent people that night. In 2015, Officer Durrell received the Medal of Valor from the Washington State Governor, Jay Inslee, for his heroic actions related to the same incident. This recognition and medal is given to an officer who's been distinguished by exceptionally meritorious conduct. I was present at the state capitol when the Medal of Valor was placed around Officer Durrell's neck by the governor. It was a special moment and a tremendous honor. This is the only time in our agency's history that we've received such recognition. Only a small handful of law enforcement officers in the state of Washington will ever receive such recognition. In addition, Officer Durrell, because of his specialty training associated with the FBI, he possesses a top secret clearance from the Department of Justice. Not too many of us in the police department will ever have clearance like that, just maybe a few. A lot has been said about Officer Durrell by a few people attending council meetings off and on for some time. I'm hopeful that some of the things I shared with you gives you a different perspective on this humble city employee whose police service we deeply appreciate. Lastly, Officer Durrell has low number of complaints or standard reviews, with this last one being in 2014, which was an arrest associated with this much-mentioned lawsuit. Officer Durrell has had 2 citizen complaints and 11 years of policing. Now I'm going to talk about use of force for our agency. Our police department typically has 70,000 to 80,000 documented enforcement contacts a year. That includes dispatch calls for service, arrest, traffic stop, on-view activity. Does not include thousands and thousands of non-enforcement contacts that our staff has with our citizens. Of the 75,000 plus enforcement contacts, we typically have about 70 incidents in which suspects resist to a point which officers must respond with reportable force. That is less than 0.1% of our enforcement contact results in force. And I can tell you that 70 incidents, most of them no injuries, very minor injury. When you look at our historical data on the use of force by our agency, there's clearly a downward trend when you look at the past 8 years. Last 4 years, 2014 to 2017, we averaged 68 use of force per year. When you look at the previous 4 years, 2010 to 2013, we averaged 91 use of force per year. Clearly, we're heading in a downward trend. When you hear outsiders describe your police department as being out of control or having systemic problems, we hope you peer through the emotion and examine the reality. We are far from being out of control. You have a nationally accredited police department, one of 7, that you should be very proud of. Our citizens should be very proud of that accomplishment. It's a lot of hard work. Training. We take a comprehensive, strategic approach to keeping our culture healthy, committed to providing exceptional service to our citizens. We provide fair and impartial policing by using comprehensive approach to identify unintended bias and reducing its impact. Education and training. We provide annual bias-based training to all our people. Washington Administrative Code requires that we provide 24 hours of training, mandatory training to our police officers. We provide training 10 out of the 12 months, 10-hour-day training to all our people. That's just the baseline. That does not include certification, elective training, management training, going to conferences. We provide high level of training. We work on providing the quality type of training. We're constantly working on it. Recruitment and hiring. We work closely with HR to make sure that our process does not have an adverse impact on minority candidates. Last council meeting, I introduced 6 new officers from the Federal Way Police Department. 2 of the officers were Hispanic, and 3 of them speak Spanish fluently. Speaking other languages goes a long ways to building trust with our community. Department members also receive ongoing training and de-escalation, crisis intervention ethics training. In addition, the police chief meets with all department members annually in March. In that meeting, in general, we talk about our vision. Where are we headed as an organization? Make sure everybody's heading in the same direction. We talk about our mission and goals, as well as our expectations for the agency. I'm not going to tell you that we're perfect. We hire from the human race. We are going to make mistakes from time to time. But we strive to better our organization. We strive to improve the people that work in the organization. As leaders, we're like teachers. We grow people. We want to continually grow as an organization. Chief Advisory Board. The accreditation process compels us to hear from the policy group and the people of Federal Way. So for instance, one thing that we do is the police chief meets with the chief's call group, non-police civilian representing different demographics throughout the city. When Dr. McKenzie comes up here, he's the chair of the board, he will introduce some of the members of the board. Board gives the police chief feedback and insight in asking chief's ability to make more informed and just decisions. As police leaders, we make it a point to collaborate and be part of other groups in our community. Didn't list all of them, but just some of them. We can't do it alone. We constantly seek partnership with others. Each of these are influence groups consisting of non-police civilians. Beyond the elected officials who have control, influence is a concept where the police department believes we should focus our accountability discussions with our civilians. In regards to police accountability, the police department values its partnership with the community and recognizes that having public engagement creates successful law enforcement agency. The board advises the police chief on issues, matters, public policies which influence or impact the ongoing relationship between the police department and the community we serve. In Washington, there are 3 agencies that have civilian police oversight. They're all very large agencies. And at least 10, there's probably more, that have advisory boards such as the Federal Way Police Department. Federal Way Police Department is a direct subject to the oversight of elected officials. City of Federal Way is not so big that the council and the mayor have little or no control over policing. You have all the control over policing. And our Chief Advisory Board has been in existence for 13 years. At this time, I'm going to have Dr. McKenzie come up and speak, and maybe we can answer your questions together after his presentation, if you have any. Dr. McKenzie?
Thank you, Chief Andy. And Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. I'd like to start off by just letting you know that the committee, or group as we call it now, the name has been set up for changing, but I want to spend a few minutes with you just to talk about what it is that we do. Now, you heard it mentioned that it's been going on for 13 years. Now, I have been a member of and chairing this committee for that length of time. And just to give you a little bit of my background, I see some people that I know and others that I don't, but I've been a member, a resident of Federal Way now for 36 years. And 36 years ago, I came here as a retiree from the military. I spent over 20 years in the military, and we decided to move to Washington State. I came to Washington in August of 80 to visit a company that I was looking at becoming a part of, and it didn't rain a day. Just a beautiful, I mean, all day, all week we stayed. We actually stayed about a week, and it didn't rain. I said, someone has been lying to me about Washington State. So we came back again in March, and I didn't see the sun. So I said, well, maybe not so. Maybe it's, we'll see. But we did move here in '82, and I have enjoyed every minute of it. But my passion for what I do is that having to do with education and also public education and public defense and public safety. So those are the things I was looking for when I came here. I was working in Seattle for about the first 12 years, not working, but contracted with a company in Seattle. Some of you may know Pacific Institute. One of they call them motivation companies, Lou Tice and that group. So I spent about 12 years there. But in Federal Way, I came right on time because we were just working to become a city. Federal Way was not a city at that time. And one of the things I thought would be a good position for me was to begin to work with the education system and getting the police in. So I started by informing those that I knew and those that I worked with. And of course, I joined Rotary when I met the school superintendent. I joined Rotary, and that gave me another insight into what I was able to do within the city. The biggest part of my work with the police department started about 86 or 87 when I found out that we were building one. In fact, we weren't even a city, but there was a police department for King County. So I began to talk with them about how could we work together. Later on, we developed our own in Federal Way. And in 1996, that's when we began working with the police department as part of a civilian group. We had a few people in an organized group that we started working with the police department. Ann Kirkpatrick, who became the first Ron Wood, Ann Kirkpatrick became the second chief, and she and I put together what was called Chief's Call to get as many people as we could within the department as civilians to be able to put together a process that we would be able to advise the police chief on what was going on and find out what we could do to help and also impact in the community. When you look up here at the purpose statement, we were really concerned about not oversight. We weren't interested in oversight of the police, but being able to give as much as we could with the insight that we could develop from traveling around the city and becoming a part of what the police department wanted us to do. The Chief's Call organization has lasted until today. It's still in process. We have about 13 members, And what we do is we sit with the chief monthly and also quarterly, or at any point where there's something that needs to be done, we have a chance to talk about it and provide as much information as we can. Right now, we have about 12 or 13 members, and that has gone, well, sometimes we'll have a few more, and there are others coming now that's being part of what it is. So we have a group now that we are capable of assisting the chief in any type of community function or problems that's going on in terms of just input, being able to come in and talk with them about what it is we're doing and how we can assist in doing that. And also putting together community instances where within the community we can have the police visit different places in the community to meet with people. That has been a large part of what we've been doing. But mostly meeting right now every quarter and spending time talking with the chief about what we see, what we would like to see happen, and how can we assist the police department in all of the things that are going on. We're looking at now developing specific teams that are focused on specific areas, assuming that the movement into the advisory area will be the direction that we go. And the Citizen Police Academy, we actually what we call the Citizens Police Academy, where citizens can also be given information concerning the department. So these are a number of things that we're doing, all of which contributes to the chief's ability to make more informed decisions and to get us as citizens involved within the department. So that's the large part of what it is we do. And I'll certainly be willing to answer your questions as to how that's done, rather than continue through just a number of other points.
Well,
Any questions?
first of all, Dr. McKenzie, thank you very much for your years of service to the community. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve and to continue your service. So I want to say thank you. Council, we have Councilmember Johnson, and Councilmember Asefa Dawson, and Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. McKenzie, for presenting tonight, also the chief, in addition to the officers that are here. I do want to preface my comments by saying, you know, I think as a council, we all can agree that our officers put their lives on the line, and we really appreciate that the work that they do. You know, one thing that I was thinking about in hearing the comments, Chief, is that we had this conversation last week, and I'm glad that you acted in responsiveness and you weren't apathetic or indifferent to the comments that citizens made, but you were empathetic and responsive, and we were able to talk with a couple different organizations, including the National Organization for Black Law Enforcement. And so I'm really just excited about the opportunity, because I think that you're on board with that, and how we can make sure that our police department is representative of the community. And that's a passion of mine, because I think that's something that the community cares about. The two questions that I have is, currently looking at the advisory group, how are you reaching out to communities of color and youth in particular? And then also, how are they nominated, or how are those advisory group members chosen in the past?
The initial choosing that we did were from people who were interested, and some of whom I knew, they knew others. So we just put together a group to start that we sort of handpicked. From that point, members of the group brought in others that were in different parts of the community, in an attempt to make sure that we made it as diverse as we could in terms of how many were there. And that's how we actually got started, by just bringing in people throughout the community who had been involved, some with the police department in some fashion, but most of them just in different meetings we had attended.
Okay, what about the first part of the question, Chief and Doctor, in regard to outreach to members of the community and people of color in the community? How do we get that word out?
Well, the way that we are doing it now and have been doing it is to ask members of the community to have different meetings in their parts of the community. And that is, and the chief is invited. We've had, for example, in my community, Twin Lakes, we've had the police chief to visit. As a matter of fact, in August of this year, we just had a meeting. But we've encouraged members of the committee to ask the chief and also others to come out into their parts of the community and speak, and to get involved in kids' programs or whatever they could be involved in, to do that as often as they could. So that's how it's working now.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnson. Did you have anything else?
I just wanted to say also that you will be presenting at the Parks Public Safety next week, so I thank you for accepting that invitation to deliberate with my colleagues here next week, so appreciate that.
You bet.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Seppa Dawson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. And my questions were really asked already, but I just want to thank Dr. McKenzie and Chief for what you're doing. I personally was not aware of the advisory board, and so our conversations last week, the one-on-one, gave us the insight on the fact that there is a group. I do have a question, though. One of the things that came up at the last council meeting during public comment was citizen oversight. So can you tell me, because I do appreciate what you're doing, I love what you're doing, but I just want to know, for the public and for myself, the difference and how we can make it so people understand the roles, the differences, and then move forward from this point.
Well, to me, citizen oversight is where the committee, or group, or advisory group, as we're calling it now, board, would operate as part of the department and bring people in on a volunteer basis. That would be part of the group. We don't have a citizen oversight as far as selecting people through some process that's other than background investigation and their willingness to do what they're doing. We don't actually have a formal system to do that.
Right.
It's through selection.
So would it even be necessary or important?
Pardon?
Would it be necessary or important to add that to, and for the two to either coexist or be one group? Again, I just wanted more clarification.
Doctor, I'd like the chief to talk about this oversight issue, if you could. Could I have the chief answer this, if I could? Thank you.
Council member, when you talk about advisory board, it's basically a civilian group that would give insight, recommendations, but ultimately at the end, the decision-making rests with the police chief. When you look at a citizen oversight, it would be literally citizens making decisions, whether it's employment issue, discipline issue, whatever that may be. So what we're recommending is that we have a citizen advisory board that recommends, but not actually decision-making. That would be the difference. So, for example, a large agency just north of us, they're under the consent decree, and they have a civilian oversight. So they may actually look over every complaint that comes in, determine the type of investigation, the level of discipline. So you would have a citizen body that would determine those type of things. Whereas in this situation, the advisory board may be aware of the details and maybe make recommendation to the chief of police to influence the chief's decision. But ultimately, the decision rests with the chief of police.
Right now, isn't it correct that there's only 3 instances in the state of Washington in which there's an oversight, a civilian oversight of the police departments?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's important. Did you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Yeah, and we don't get involved in oversight in that regard. Just insight and working together.
Okay. Were there any other questions or comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, gosh, I didn't see your, Councilmember Tran and then Councilmember Kopang.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your service, and thank you, Chief, and Doctor, for your presentation today. I do have a question for the Chief, actually 2 questions. On slide number 4, it stated that Federal Police typically have between 70,000 to 80,000 documented enforcement contacts a year. The city population is at 97,000. So I'm not quite understand this number. Does that mean each man and woman and children in this city have a law enforcement contact per year?
I'm trying to get to the right slide. I'm trying to figure where it was.
It's at the very beginning.
Force?
It's
Oh,
at the
here.
very, yeah, right there.
So when I say 70, 80,000, that's just for our calls for service, the things that officers would be dispatched to, whether it's traffic stop, going to a domestic violence call. Those are just all our calls for service. And of all those contacts, we have 70 on average, about 70 use of force incidents. So when you just do the math, 75,000, you're looking at less than 1/10 of 1% of our contacts will result in force. I was trying to multitask. I hope that was the question you're asking.
So I'm just curious, I mean, 97,000 people in this city, and, we have 80,000 phone calls into the police department. Do you think that's a little bit too many phone calls?
No. A lot of the things that we do are not law enforcement related. Traffic accidents, we go there to go help people. We document what occurred. Maybe we're going to do a welfare check. Somebody lives out of town and wants to check on their mom and dad. A lot of things we do aren't law enforcement contacts. But we look at calls for service in comparable cities like Kent and Renton, and, we're par. But yes, we are busy, and we're a busy department. A lot of people live here. Yes, that's not unusual.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, because it's really scared me when I look at this number.
It's about 200 calls per day that we're dealing with every day,
The
on
other-
average.
The other question I want to ask you is, you mentioned about training. Do your training include mental health training and cultural relevance training for the officers?
So right here, when we talk about critical incident, crisis intervention training, that is mental health training. It's part of de-escalation. So we're mandated now, you have to go, every officer has to go through 8 hours of mental health training, which is CIT, and then you have to recertify every year. And we require officers to do that as well. And I think there was another part that you asked.
Cultural relevance training.
Sure, part of our ethics training, our bias-based training. So in our 10-hour training every month, our training unit is assessing the needs, they're talking to the training teams, they're talking to the police chief, command staff, and we develop an annual schedule of training much in advance. So we try to fill those 10-hour days pretty full of the training, whatever that training might be, whether it's firearms, EVOC training, legal update, ethics training, you name it. We provide training every year. So
The reason I mentioned about the cultural relevance training is because we have a lot of minority people here in the city, myself included, and some of us came from different country, different culture, and let me give you an example. I was raised that when you talk to the person in authority, your bosses, your mom, your dad, your officer, you should not look directly to their eyes. But that is not what we're supposed to do here. We need, because when we do that, when we look away, there's an assumption that you try to hide something, right? So that's why I asked those type of questions.
Sure. For example, we could take this as feedback. We could have more discussion offline. Advisory board could give us recommendation on that. Just something that, while you were talking, something came to mind. For example, with the Sikh community, we use the Department of Justice training video, and we provided, learning about the Sikh community, we provided that training to every department member in our community. So as those type of training becomes available, absolutely, we want to continue to share that information with our staff so we can grow.
Thank you.
Great questions, Councilmember. Actually, all of these are great questions. Councilmember Kopech.
Yeah, Chief Hwang and Dr. McKenzie, thank you for your presentation. I think the more I know about what the police department is doing, and how it's been recognized, the more proud I am of what's going on. I think that the fact that we are the top 1% of all the police departments in the U.S., that, I read that correctly, right?
It's correct.
That says something about the level of dedication and service that our police department is giving to the community. And I think, hearing some of the things that were said last week or last meeting was distressing. And I think for a number of people in our community to hear those things, I think it can reinforce a bias that they have based on the news that is heard and the legitimate issues that exist in communities across our country. I think that we can and should stand tall in our ability to effectively manage the police department and be a part of the community and really be one of the best police departments in the country. So I wanted to thank you for that and really putting a more accurate light on what is actually going on here. I spoke with members of the police department, the leadership team, and really said that what I think that we need to do is do a better job of actually talking about what's going on in our police department and letting people in the community understand the rigorous standards that our police department are held to and the accountability that they have on a daily basis for use of force and for their interactions with the community as a whole. I think that's very important and something that I would like to see more of. And we've discussed that and I've discussed it with the mayor as well. And I'm glad to see this response tonight. But I also look forward to seeing more on the website. And I know that regarding the advisory board, I think that this really does deserve a little higher profile in our community. And I think exploring that in our next committee meeting is something that I'll certainly discuss with other committee members. But again, I think this is a good and important part of the total picture. But again, I think that community involvement is essential, but having the policies in place, having the practice in place, having the command structure in place to actually do an effective job, I think is essential for us to have the type of police department that we have. And I want to thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Honda and then Councilmember Duclos. Deputy Mayor Honda and then Councilmember Duclos.
I didn't even catch that when you first said it. As some of you might know, I have a son who's a police officer in Iowa, and he was a teacher. And one day announced that he'd been asked by the police chief in his town to try out to be a police officer. And for several months while he was going through the interview process, I didn't support him because I didn't want him to go from being a teacher where he worked regular hours and had vacation time to a police officer where he was going to see things that no parent wants their child to see. And about midway through his interview process, which took about a year, I decided after talking to him that his heart was in the right place and this is what he really wanted to do, and I decided to support him. And he's been on the force now for, I think this is his 6th year. He had to leave his wife and his baby to go to training for 5 months. Then he left Sunday afternoon and came home late at night on Friday night. And I'm really proud of him. This is one of the only jobs that you put on a uniform and you know that there are people who don't like you just because of the uniform you wear, and that your life could be taken at any time. You could be in a traffic stop, and someone could decide that they're going to do something really horrible that day. So I support our police, and I support every police officer. And as with any occupation, there are people who don't belong in it. I'm a registered nurse, and there are nurses who don't belong nursing. There are teachers who don't belong teaching. And there are probably police officers who probably shouldn't be a police officer. But for most of them to go through what they have to go through to become a police officer, they want to do it, and they want to do it because they want to help people. And, you know, my son, when we take family pictures, he doesn't allow us to show the front of his house because he's afraid that someone will know where he lives. And no one should have to be afraid of that, but that's the environment we live in these days. So, you know, thank you for what you do, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilmember Duclos.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been here on the council longer than anybody else, except the mayor, of course. We were on at the same time. Our police department, when I first moved to Federal Way, was good. And, but I think under Andy's leadership, it is outstanding. And I know most of the citizens really like and respect the police officers around here. I have seen them help and stop somebody with a flat tire who didn't know how to change a tire. I've seen them get out there and clear road debris so cars don't hit it. And, you know, and they put their lives on the line when they're out in the road doing things like that. So, and they have gone to houses where people have asked for a welfare check to make sure people are doing okay in there or need any help. So our police officers do an awful lot of things that people don't know about. And there was one incident that happens, and somebody comes and presents their side of the story, and you don't hear the other side of the story. Everybody gets up in arms and wants to hang the police department. And all they were doing, if that person had responded to the command from the police officer, nothing would have happened. But that person chose not to respond to what the complete police officer asked him to do. And that's what caused the incident. The individual caused it. All that person had to do was stop and talk to the police officer, show his ID, and probably would have said, okay, go on. But that individual happened to fill the physical description of someone who had committed a crime. And the police officer saw and wanted to question. And they did not obey what the police officer said. So for them to come here and present what they did, I wasn't going to argue with them at the meeting, but I really wanted to straighten that out because we had the full details of it. And the police did what they had to do because the two gentlemen, and there was only one that was down here, did not respond to the stop that the officers asked them to do. And then when they came up and asked, when they finally did stop, they fought, they resisted. Now, what's a police officer going to do? They've had a call that there's been a robbery and potential harm, and these people don't respond the way they're told to. They acted the way they should. They protected themselves, and they brought the two in for questioning and found out later it wasn't them and let them go. So I didn't like the way it was presented, but I didn't want to say anything and argue with the family at that point in time.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Duclos. Councilmember Johnson.
I know we have to move forward in the meeting, but I did want to harp back to, I don't think that we're saying we have a use of force or complaints problem. I think it's more of a representation opportunity. And so I think a lot of times we kind of have arbitrary rules that we have in place and that prevent us from connecting with the community. So I'm just hoping that through, if it's this advisory group, that we could think of a different way of connecting with the community, because I think there's a lot of deep-rooted barriers between the police department, across the nation really, but between the police department and the community. And I think that's what we're seeing when we're seeing people complain. And so I just hope that we have this opportunity with the advisory group, and I understand that you're going to be presenting next week as well. And the community is invited to attend, and I hope that they do attend so we can talk about what this could look like.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor Honda, once again.
Chief, is tomorrow coffee with the cop?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's tomorrow between 8 and 10, and it's a coffee shop right next to Trader Joe. I think people recognize that, or where it is best if I just say it's next to Trader Joe. So please come out and visit us.
The French bakery.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, what you said. All right, Doctor, do you have any last comment?
What I'd like to do, I have two people here who are on the committee, and I'd like to give them about a minute or so for their impressions of what they've.
Please,
and
yeah.
They're new members,
That's a great idea.
so I want to give them a couple of minutes just to talk about what it means to them.
Come on up and introduce yourself, and
Hi, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. I'm Catherine Besta, and I work for King County Developmental Disabilities Division. I joined the Citizens Advisory Board a couple of years ago when a coworker of mine in mental health retired and left Federal Way, and he recommended me to Dr. Bob, and I filled out an application, and he accepted me right away. And I've been attending the meetings, and I've learned a lot. I've gone through the Citizens Advisory Academy, and I've gone on a ride-along with the cops, and I really can't say enough about the police department here, and Chief Andy has just been wonderful. He's even called me at work and asked me questions, and I've been able to help him. I'm currently working on a de-escalation project with the City of Shoreline Police Department, so it's really important to me that people with developmental disabilities are treated fairly.
absolutely. Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and the council. I'm Lori Weldon I own a business in Federal Way, and I was approached about a year ago to be on the advisory, and I love police officers. So I said, yes, be happy to do that, and it's been very interesting. And we get to hear things we're not supposed to talk about, and I can do that. So we're just learning a lot about what's really happening in Federal Way. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Lori, one of our great photographers in town, so thank you, Lori. All right, well, I just want to say, first of all, Dr. McKenzie, thank you very much for your presentation, for being here, and for your service. Chief, thank you very much for a comprehensive review, and for our law enforcement and personnel in the back, thank you very much for your service and your sacrifice every day. All right, thank you. All right, now, there were quite a number of, And that was a fascinating perspective by the deputy mayor about being the mother of a law enforcement officer. So thank you very much. I can't imagine my little guy doing that and what that's like. So yeah. He's 11 now, so we've got a few years. Okay. He's a police officer at home now. Okay, now we've got Ryan Call, our city attorney. I think it is important. There were quite a number of there's quite a bit of information out there, or at least claimed information. I think that this is about public dollars. There was a question about how much we've spent, how the duration of this lawsuit, what it entails, and the facts matter. And it's very important that these facts get out there in a public context. And we certainly did not want to get into a situation. I think public comment is the most important things that happens at these meetings. It is the most important part, and I want to make sure that we stress that it's important that people come out and tell us exactly how they're feeling. But I also think it's important to make sure that we do our best to at least put forward what we believe are the correct facts. With that, Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I wanted to start by explaining what I'm not going to do. This is intended to be a broad overview of the defense's view of the case. I'm not going to litigate the facts of what happened at trial in the court of public opinion, because honestly, one's opinion of the case largely turns on which side of the story you believe. The Hunters obviously, understandably believe that their son, Josiah, is telling the absolute truth. The police department have investigated this matter internally extensively. We just heard a lot about Officer Durrell and his history, and they found the officer's actions to be consistent with department policy and justified. So lawsuits are inherently contentious, so that's unavoidable, but the city is in no way conceding any of the assertions made by the Hunter family because of how the trial went. I also want to point out it's imperative to remember that police decisions are made at the moment in tense circumstances based on the information available to the officer at the time. To hold them to a standard where we second guess their choices in hindsight with perfect understanding of the facts, with all the time in the world to think about it, is not fair. It's also not the legal standard. The legal standard is that their actions are to be viewed from the officer's perspective and what they know at the time. So starting about the actual incident in question, on September 14th, 2014, Federal Way police officers were dispatched in response to a 911 call reporting an accident likely caused by a DUI driver. The 911 caller described the driver as either a black man or a Hispanic man. Neither of those descriptions turned out to be accurate, but when the officer arrived, he was looking for a black man associated with the accident in some way. Officer Durrell was first to arrive. It was a chaotic scene involving 2 crashed cars that was blocking part of the busiest intersection in Federal Way. It was 320th and Pack Highway, right next to the AMPM. Heavy traffic, and it was a mess. It's also important to know what the officer's goals are when they arrive at a scene like that. They have a very specific mission and an order of operations that they're following. They assess injuries. They want to secure the scene, both from a safety standpoint, but also to preserve any potential evidence. And then they move on to investigating if there's a crime that's been committed, and then ultimately they want to clear the scene. They want to get traffic moving again. So those were the priorities of Officer Durrell when he showed up. Just for some context, here are a few pictures from the accident scene. You can see it was a mess. So Officer Durrell was alone on scene for quite a bit of time, and then a few officers showed up later, but ultimately there were only, I believe, three men, and then later one other showed up to help tow a car, but not a lot of people to handle a lot of mess. So Josiah Hunter and Junior Bazillion were among the first people on scene. They heard the accident. They didn't actually view it, but they heard it. They responded. Investigation afterwards showed that they were uninvolved with the accident and likely inserted themselves into the scene with at least the initial motivation of trying to help out. I think everybody agrees that that was their initial intention. However, the officers' actions that night were not based on Mr. Hunter's motives. They were based on how the officers perceived Mr. Hunter's actions, which were odd. And I'll explain that a little bit. First off, as I already said, that the officers were looking for an African-American male to find out if that person was involved with the accident. Mr. Hunter and Mr. Bazillion were in the company of the DUI driver. Officer Durrell asked if they were involved. They denied it, so he took them at their word and asked them to step back. But you have to realize that the officer doesn't believe everything that everyone says when they walk up. So in the back of his mind, he's seen these men with the DUI driver, and he still doesn't know what their actual relationship is at that point. Really, the key fact that turned, I think, the tone of the night in how the officers were interacting with Mr. Hunter was a very bizarre action by Mr. Hunter, which I still don't fully understand what his motivations were. The DUI suspect was at some point placed on the ground, sitting on the curb. He was then told he was under arrest, and he was asked to stand up to be put in handcuffs. He was put in handcuffs, and his wallet was still on the ground. For some reason, Mr. Hunter picked up the DUI suspect's wallet, and the officer says that he turned and started to walk away with it. Mr. Hunter denies that. He says that the second the officer said, "Put it down," he put it down. Either way, it's odd behavior, and the officer became suspicious of Mr. Hunter's motivations for being on scene. From then, the officers they've explained repeatedly that their motivations were, they didn't know what the motives of this man were, they didn't know what his involvement was, they just wanted him away from the scene so they could process the DUI suspect in the crash scene without having to worry about what this person's doing. So they gave repeated orders for Mr. Hunter to step away. The officers describe this weird interaction where they would step back for a little bit and then step closer. The officers perceived it as they were playing with the officers, that they were probing, or for some reason, and we don't really know why, they wanted to be close to the scene, and that was suspicious to the officers. Ultimately, and this goes on for a while, there's obviously different sides to the various facts that were presented at trial, but ultimately the officers conclude that these men need to leave, and they arrest them for trespass and obstruction. I've already gone over this, why they didn't believe Mr. Hunter. But I think what's important here is that the entire tone of the claim, the lawsuit, it's based on allegations of racism, that Mr. Hunter was singled out, the two young men were singled out because of their race, and that was the entire motivation for how the officers interacted with them. And there's no evidence at all to support a claim that the officers were treating them differently because of their race. Ultimately, the officers did arrest Mr. Hunter because he continued to interfere with their investigation. The officers testified that he physically resisted. It wasn't fighting, he was pulling away, and Mr. Hunter did approach Junior Bazillion and the officers as the officers were arresting his friend and started yelling. Everyone agrees that he was doing that, started yelling about his friend getting arrested, and at that point, the officers were concerned that a fight was going to happen. So Officer Durrell used a very standard technique that the police officer trains, which is, we've discussed, is not a chokehold. It's called the lateral vascular neck restraint, or LVNR hold. The officer testifies that no pressure was applied to Mr. Hunter's neck. The move is meant to first get control of the subject, and then if they continue to fight, the officer can apply pressure and occlude the veins on each side of the neck, and it doesn't close off the airway, but what it does is it reduces blood flow to the brain, and you go to sleep. There's still enough blood going through the other veins in the back of your spine and into your brain that there's no danger of damage to the brain, but it's a very effective way to end a fight, and it doesn't cause injury. But that's not what happened here. The second the officer had him in this hold, Mr. Hunter realized that this was not a good thing, and he instantly stopped, and he was put into handcuffs. No injuries were mentioned or documented by either the officers from Federal PD or later when he was booked in a Score jail. So it's pretty obvious that there was no physical injury to Mr. Hunter. And I just want to point out once again that the Hunter family's interpretation of this incident is all premised on that they believe every word that their son says, and that is not the perspective that the police department has. One key thing that keeps coming up that is not that strange to someone who's prosecuted cases, but people find disturbing, is that the premise for the trespass charge was based on the fact that another officer, not Officer Durrell, went into the MPM clerk and asked that clerk if they wanted these people here, if they were customers, if they wanted them on the property, and the MPM clerk told the officer, no, please trespass them, I want them gone. However, later, investigation through subsequent contacts with both criminal defense attorneys and the police department, she changed that story and said, I never asked for Mr. Hunter to be just trespassed. She was, from our perspective and from the city's perspective, she was found to be a highly unreliable witness. She testified that she was absolutely certain that Officer Durrell came into the MPM and said, I want to trespass these people, is that okay? And that's just not what happened. Officer Durrell never entered the MPM that night. At trial, we were not allowed to really lay out that discrepancy, that Officer Durrell never really came into the store. This woman has had repeated contacts with the police department for very similar requests where she interacts with a bunch of different officers. So I'm not sure if she's mistaking this night for another night, or if she's just changed her story, or if she doesn't remember. Either way, her version of what happened inside the MPM doesn't match known facts about Officer Durrell did not enter that store. I guess a lot of our perspective on what's reasonable and what is likely to have happened turns on the idea that two officers who, especially Officer Durrell, who's had, as we heard, a very respectable career. He's had almost no complaints of misconduct, certainly no race-related complaints, that one day in the middle of a major DUI accident, he would decide, today's the day I'm going to mess with some black people, and just pick them out because of their color and arrest them for that. And that's the story that is alleged, basically, in the Hunter lawsuit. What's more likely is that maybe there was a misunderstanding about people's motivations. What is very clear is that Mr. Hunter did not respond to direct orders to leave the scene, to stop interfering, to step back, and that led to their arrest. Was the arrest necessary? It was a judgment call that the officer made on scene at the time, and I don't believe any of us are in a position to second guess that. I think it's safe to say in every other instance of a lawsuit where it's a racial claim, where it's a biased enforcement claim, there is history, there is evidence, there's Facebook posts, there's people testifying that, they've made comments about the other race. None of that exists in this case. Officer Durrell is, by all accounts, a great officer. In fact, the only racist statement in the entire record that was entered at trial was actually from Mr. Hunter as he saw Junior Bazillion being arrested. At trial, obviously, it did not go well for us. I want to explain a little bit before the actual trial. The original lawsuit alleged I'm not going to get into every single charge, but generally the allegations were that the arrest was illegal and that the force used to effect the arrest was excessive. Like all cases, we do what we call pretrial motions, where we argue as a matter of law whether or not certain causes of action should be dismissed. We did that in this case, and when we do that, the judge has to say, we asked to dismiss the illegal arrest charge, saying that as a matter of law, this arrest was legal. So what happens is the judge takes all of the evidence and weighs any discrepancy in the two accounts in the light most favorable to the plaintiff, most favorable to Mr. Hunter. And even after doing that, the judge ruled that there was probable cause to arrest Mr. Hunter for trespass. So we won that motion, and the charge of illegal arrest and all of the stuff that would come with it was dismissed by the judge. A large part of that was premised on the fact that Officer Durrell did not go into the store to talk to the clerk. Mr. Hunter's own version of the facts verified that the officers told him he needed to leave, but instead of leaving, his car was there. He didn't really tell anyone his car was there, but in his mind, he had a reason to still be there. He walked away and then he walked back, and the officers arrested him for that. So after that motion, which we won, the only issue that remained for trial that we were to try to a jury was whether or not it's reasonable for an officer to use this LVNR hold to make this type of arrest. And frankly, the only reason that was going to trial is because anytime officers use force, there's probably a genuine issue of fact unless everyone agrees what happened. And in this case, they didn't. Mr. Hunter claimed that he was choked and he couldn't breathe. So that's what the trial was supposed to be about. That is not what happened. After summary judgment was granted and the claims were dismissed related to the arrest, we lost the pretrial judge, and the case was handled. He didn't die or anything. He passed the case on to another judge for scheduling reasons, and it was handed over to another judge. This is pretty uncommon in federal court. Usually you get one judge the whole time. The second judge, it became pretty immediately clear as we started getting ready for trial that she did not agree with how the trial had been handled up to that point. She was openly sympathetic to Mr. Hunter and his claims based on no real understanding of the evidence, just based on her feelings, I believe. What that translated into is that she allowed a lot of leeway to the plaintiffs on what could be presented. The plaintiffs were allowed to present all the facts related to the arrest claim. In fact, the judge instructed the jury on the elements of the crimes that Mr. Hunter was arrested for, but told the jury that they were not to consider whether or not the arrest was legal, which to me is complete nonsense. You don't instruct a jury on the elements of something they're not supposed to consider. The trial judge refused to instruct the jury that the arrest was lawful as a matter of law, as the previous judge had ruled, instead what she did was she told them, the jury, that it's not for something for you to consider, it's for the court to decide whether it was lawful or not. That created a strong, after the instruction and that kind of playful, it's not for you, it's for me, there was a strong inference that the arrest was illegal, given to the jury. I have no doubt that they entered that jury room with that in their minds, that they were at least supposed to figure out if the arrest was legal or not. If not, the judge had just told them it was illegal. So obviously, we're appealing that issue. Also, something that was hugely damning, I believe, and improper was the judge allowed, throughout the trial, plaintiff's counsel to argue that the arrest was racially motivated based on very thin facts. The main one was that Mr. Hunter was described as a black male on the opening lines when they're first describing who's on scene and the first interactions with Mr. Hunter. Later on, he shifts to his name. The officer shifts to using Mr. Hunter's name throughout the report. This is a standard way of writing police reports, especially when there's a 911 call that uses the phrase black male and then he encounters a black male. It's a narrative tool where they show that I didn't know this person's name at the time, but it fit some facts that were available to me at the time, and then they shift to using the name. Instead, what we got was basically plaintiff's counsel yelling repeatedly, black male, to the jury. And it was persuasive, and I think it was highly improper legally. Another thing that happened at trial is the judge allowed plaintiffs to use a use of force expert that admittedly has no experience whatsoever in the LVNR hold, no training in it, has never been trained in it, never used it, didn't really even know what it was until he Googled it for the trial. And he testified under oath that the LVNR hold is a lethal force measure. It's a use of lethal force. And when we talk about lethal force in the law enforcement context, we're talking about shooting people and hitting them in the head with a baton. So he put it on par with that. Clearly inaccurate. And he also came to some legal conclusions that he was allowed to express, which was highly improper. Lastly, the trial judge refused to grant our request, and this is very important, if not a little lawyer-y. We requested that special interrogatories be given to the jury so we could figure out if Officer Durrell was entitled to qualified immunity. So qualified immunity is a legal doctrine that we use in civil rights cases. And basically, in a nutshell, it is that if there is no established case law that says a particular police practice is illegal, there's no statute, there's no case that's already been settled that says you're not allowed to do that, police, in this context. If you're going to change the rule on that point, if you're going to basically establish new law that a particular practice is unconstitutional, but no officer would have known about that until this case, no reasonable officer would have thought that his conduct was illegal, that officer gets immunity for that lawsuit. Everyone else after that is on fair notice that you can't do that anymore. But not for the first lawsuit. This is definitely a case that qualifies for that, as far as the LVNR hold goes. There's been no case law about the LVNR hold's use for a misdemeanor arrest. This would have been, and this frankly was why we were trying the case. But she did not give those special interrogatories. So if the jury ruled, in their minds, said that Mr. Hunter was arrested because of his race, clearly qualified immunity does not qualify, does not apply. But if they were saying the LVNR hold was just too much in this context, then we should have got qualified immunity in this case. So those are some of our problems with the case. Here's the summary of what happened. Plaintiff asked for $500,000 in punitive damages to the jury. The jury found for plaintiff and awarded $600,000 in punitive damages and $40,000 in general damages. No medical costs were awarded because, frankly, the record did not talk about medical costs. Plaintiff's counsel has also requested $361,000 in legal fees, which we did a lot more work on our case than they did on theirs with higher paid attorneys, and our bill was nowhere near that much. So on appeal, We're contesting the amount of attorney's fees. We believe they're at least double what an attorney of Mr. Bible's skill level and experience would reasonably bill in a case like this. And then we're going to argue these things. I don't want to get into them because this is something that we are going to litigate in the future, and I don't want to prejudice that appeal in any way. But we believe that the doctrine of qualified immunity was not properly applied. We believe the evidence of race was improperly allowed at trial and it inflamed the passions of the jury to unfairly judge against the defendant. The court failed to follow its own limiting instructions, and that prejudiced our defense case. The court allowed improper impeachment evidence. The judge let in all kinds of stuff about Darrell's interactions with other officers that frankly had nothing to do with this case. The plaintiff's expert testimony was not proper. He was not truly an expert on the topic that he testified about. And then the biggest one is that the court allowed substantial evidence about the arrest being lawful or not, or if it was racially motivated or not. And then the court instructed about the elements of the crimes that the arrest was predicated on, but then told the jury that they were to not consider any of that, which is just inconsistent and I believe highly prejudicial to our case. So there's been some statements by the hunters and the people that support them that it's somehow incredible or improper for us to pursue an appeal. This is part of the legal process. Judges are not perfect. We certainly have reasons to appeal this case. And frankly, if you're going to sue a city, if you're going to take the role of a plaintiff in a case, then you better be able to defend your case on appeal. That's something that criminal prosecutors have to deal with all the time, and that's no different in this case. So, do you have any questions?
All right, Counsel, do you have any questions? Councilor Bertrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ryan. I don't have any question regarding the case, but you met with us a couple of months ago, and we were instructed not to discuss the case publicly.
Right.
And I was just wondering, why are we talking about this in this public meeting?
Well, I'm saying what I feel we can say without compromising our legal case in this public sphere. Clearly, there's more about legal strategy and things that I would not talk about in a public forum. And so there's a difference between me making statements to the public and to you in a public forum versus advice in a private context.
The critical issue is that there had been substantial questions about why are we appealing, that it's outrageous that we're appealing, and also the duration of how long this has been pending. The lawsuit wasn't filed for 2 years. I think it was 2 years after the incident, before the lawsuit was filed.
Right.
So there's been a sort of a claim that this has been ongoing for 4 years, and so it's very important that because of the verdict and because of the information that the public have this information, and also just to say that we're not hiding anything. Or it's obviously there are certain things that we can't talk about here that we would need an executive session for, but this is all out on the public record, and we filed the appeal, and all these things are actually noted in the appeal. Council, any other questions? Deputy Mayor Honda?
No, I thought there were two
Oh, I'm
lights
sorry.
on. No, okay.
Okay. All right. This was, thank you very much, Ryan. This was extensive and exhaustive, but we work for you, and it's important you know that. we need to take a 3-minute recess. We'll be back on the record in 3 minutes.
Mrs. Foley is here.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started again.
Do you need your box of Kleenex?
No?
Here, I've used this box.
Here you go. Okay. All right, now we've got proclamation for Emergency Nurses Week, October 7th through 13th. Deputy Mayor Honda.
Thank you. Is Andy Foley here? If you come up to the podium, please, and I'll read the proclamation. So this is for Emergency Nurses Week, and I'm sure everyone in this room has been to an emergency department, either for themselves or with their family, and you know how stressful and difficult that is. So go ahead and read the proclamation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whereas more than 100 Federal Way emergency nurses possess expertise in caring for emergency patients across the spectrum of life, providing care for 24 hours a day in our community. And whereas emergency nurses are highly trained to recognize life-threatening problems and immediately solve them, playing a vital role in treating patients in emergency situations, caring for those most in need, and saving lives on a daily basis. And whereas nurses trained for emergency care play a vital role in our community's health care, whether providing urgent treatment in trauma, stroke, or cardiac centers, skilled assistance during flight and ground transportation, or personalized care to the ill or injured. And whereas dedicated emergency nurse professionals combine critical thinking skills, educated clinical judgment, and application of evidence-based practice into the care and delivery of critical decisions. And whereas each day, emergency nurses make a positive difference in the lives of the people they care for through their dedication, professionalism, and skill, while educating the public in prevention and treatment of illness and injury. And whereas every day, emergency nurses step forward, embracing new technologies, resolving emerging issues, and accepting ever-changing roles in their profession, leading the way for patients, colleagues, organizations, and the healthcare industry as a whole. Now therefore, we, the undersigned mayor and city council of the city of Federal Way, do hereby proclaim the week of October 7th to 13th, 2018, as Emergency Nurse Week in the city of Federal Way.
All right.
I just want to say thank you very much for taking this time and opportunity to recognize the very hardworking, amazing nurses that live and work in this community and serve this community tirelessly every single day. I can tell you from personal experience that they are absolutely dedicated to safe practice and safe care and to taking care of every single one of you in your moment of need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the deputy mayor who handed you that actually served as a career for a nurse. And how long were you practicing as a nurse?
5 to 6 years, but my mother told me that when I was 5, I made the decision to be a nurse, and I never changed my mind. And when I was in 7th grade, I wanted to be a candy striper, and you had to be in 9th grade. And I didn't want to wait, so Green River Community College offered a course in candy striping, and I took it with one of my best friends, Sue Ann. And after I graduated as a 7th grader, Tacoma General Hospital allowed me to be a candy striper 2 years early. And I did that until I graduated from high school and then went into nursing school. So it's a profession that I wish I could still be at, but my injury stopped me from being an active nurse. But I take care of my neighbors. my dogs, my family. I still use my nursing skills every day.
The council. The mayor.
You never forget how to do certain things.
Very good.
Thank
Thank
you
you so
again.
much. Appreciate it. Okay, and now, Councilmember Duclos for the proclamation for the 30th anniversary of the Federal Way Historical Society.
Do we have members of the Historical Society here? Would
They
you like
waited
to come up
patiently.
here? I'm going to read this down there, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Join me here at the podium.
So, Bill, we're going to do a group picture with the council and the Historical Society when we're done. Okay.
Just to let you guys know, in undergraduate school, I was a history major. All right. Whereas, are we ready? Whereas the Historical Society of Federal Way has served the public through researching, preserving, educating, and displaying the history of the community over the last 30 years. Whereas the society was formed October 1988 in anticipation of the Washington State Centennial, when at that time the founders foresaw a time of heightened awareness of history of the state and our locality. And whereas the Historical Society of Federal Way members have involved themselves in many activities surrounding that auspicious milestone, the dedication of the flagpole and marker at Celebration Plaza, dedication of other markers at 5 Mile Lake and the Palisades, an extensive photo display at the Commons Mall. And whereas the Society has developed an extensive archive of historical information, accumulated thousands of images of the life in Federal Way, and over the past 100 years, and made dozens of public presentations on a wide variety of historical subjects. And whereas through the restoration and upkeep of valuable landmarks of Federal Way, such as the Barker Cabin and the Denny Cabin, the Historical Society members provide the public with a window to the past and a tangible reminder of what life was like in the region many years ago. And whereas the mayor and the city council offer their support and their appreciation to the Federal Way Historical Society for their dedication and hard work for the past 30 years in maintaining the city's rich history for all the current and future Federal Way residents to enjoy. Now therefore, we, the undersigned mayor and city council of the city of Federal Way, do hereby proclaim October 13, 2018 as the Historical Society of Federal Way Day in the city of Federal Way in recognition for the Society's 30th anniversary. And here is the proclamation for you. Who wants to accept that?
All right.
Well, that's very nice. I'm Jerry Knutson, and I'm the president of the Historical Society this year. And we do have our annual meeting in a week and a half, the 13th of October, over at the Hampton Inn in the afternoon from 2 to 4, and we'd be happy to have anyone join us for that meeting. We're going to talk a little bit about the history and what's going on in Federal Way, along with our normal business of electing board members. I do want to point out that we do have one of our charter members in the group here tonight, Lou Olmsted.
Yeah.
Lou was part of the group 30 years ago that helped form this, so I've lived here a long time, but I wasn't involved in the formation. And many of us here have been active, some for just a few years, some for more than that, but we were always looking for more volunteers. I would say that we have we're putting together an exhibit that we're really excited about for South King Fire and Rescue, and it's an interesting history because it was volunteers. There were no fire department here until 1944. That was the first fire department when they had a, it's kind of interesting when you look at the old pictures, but now we have an incredible group of a fire department that does a whole bunch of things, but they started out with just volunteers, and that's so much about our community. Started out with a small number of people that wanted to help things there. So we'll have that up in a few weeks, and I think a few weeks or pretty soon it'll be there, and we'd like you to stop by our office, which is right across from the Steel Lake Park, and of course we have the cabins down on the other entrance to the High-Labos wetlands. So thanks again for this presentation.
Well, thank you, and thank you. And as this is history in the making, well, let's get a picture to commemorate this with the council and the Historical Society, maybe right up here in front. Council, let's go in front. Okay. Everybody move in and make sure you can see our faces today, so you can see you completely. All right, Councilor Marks, you move in. You go behind. Do you? Everybody ready?
Look over here, please, because we're having a lighting problem.
Okay. Stephanie, why is he out in the hallway? Oh, I see. Okay, well, the hour's getting late, so we probably need to get moving. All right, so for the Mayor's Day of Concern, for the Hungary Report, we have Laura Mosher with Waste Management and our very own Sarah Bridgeford with Human Services Coordinator.
Mayor Farrell, Deputy Mayor Honda, members of the council, thank you so much. The Mayor's Day of Concern is an annual event for Hunger Action Month to raise awareness of hunger and garner support to address local food needs. Donations of food and cash are collected each year to support the Multi-Service Center's food bank. The Mayor's Day of Concern on September 15th was a great example of how the community comes together to support those in need. This year's partners were the Fred Meyer at Twin Lakes, Grocery Outlet, the 3 Safeways at 320th, 336th, and 288th, both the Walmarts, and Waste Management. Thank you to all the stores and to Waste Management. Special thanks to the following groups and individuals. A big thanks to Decatur High School, the Federal Way High School Key Club, Thomas Jefferson High School Key Club, Shelley Paul's, South King Fire and Rescue, Overcomer Church, the Multi-Service Center and its volunteers, and the many community members who made this day possible. While not listed here, I'd also like to thank Jerry Lynn Clark, who spent quite a bit of time coordinating this, as she does every year.
And she brings her family, too.
Yes.
You can see them in the pictures.
Here are a few photos of the event showcasing some of the many community members who came out to support in many different ways. We have Mayor Farrell, Deputy Mayor Honda, and many of the council members.
I did not eat all those donuts.
Happy belated
I
birthday.
had a bunch of them, but I did not eat all of them.
Happy
So only
belated
11,
birthday.
right?
Only. Here are some additional photos. Again, you can see the different sites and how many members of the community came out to volunteer. Between the nearly 3,000 pounds of food that were donated at the stores and the more than 13,000 pounds of food collected by Waste Management,
Oh, that's great.
the 2018 Mayor's Day of Concern collected a total of 16,105 pounds of food for the Multi-Service Center. In addition to the food, $803.96 was collected in cash donations, making 2018 the year with the highest cash donations collected to date. Whether it was the person who gave the $100 or the person who regularly utilizes the multi-service center's food banks, this event is a great symbol of what this community can and does often. I'm regularly impressed by the community members' support of one another, and I think that this event, again, was a great success because of the community. So one more thank you to each person who contributed their time, their money, or their food to make this a great success. And Laura will share a couple words with us as well.
All right.
Good evening. Thank you. We are just delighted to participate and be a partner with the City of Federal Way in the Mayor's Day of Concern for the Hungry. And this was our 11th year in, I like to say, being a vehicle to deliver food to the food bank at the Multi-Service Center. It's just a small thing that we can do when the community, to your point, so very gracious and putting out food to donate, we pick it up and bring it to the food bank. And so we, again, are delighted to do that. Thank you for partnering with us. And I just wanted to say, to date, in those 11 years, we have collected from the community 141,255 pounds that have all gone to the Multi-Service Center Food Bank. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And Laura, Waste Management is just such a great partner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Always there. Appreciate it. And thank you for staying so late, too. Exactly. All right. Okay, certificate of appointment, Youth Commission, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think she's here, but wanted to recognize Ainsley Yoshizumi to come forward to accept her certificate of appointment to the Youth Commission. So I don't think she's here, but we have her her certificate here. So thank you.
Very good. Okay, well, the hour's getting late. So Mayor's Emerging Issues and Report, we've had actually, I believe, 4 different budget meetings or presentations on the budget so far, one of which was actually at 5 o'clock today, talking about, different departments. These should all be available either on YouTube or on our website, and I would encourage you to watch those. They're very helpful. The next budget meetings we've got Tuesday, October 23rd, for a budget workshop. That's continue deliberations. Then we've got one on Tuesday, October 30th, the next week, and that's at 6 p.m. Both of those are at 6 p.m. And then we've got our regular meeting on Tuesday, November 6th. That's a business meeting, and again, that will be considering the biennial budget and property tax levy, which we do every year, or every budget cycle. Then the second meeting of November, Tuesday, November 20th, that'll be the introduction of the ordinance for the 2019 biennial budget and the property tax levy. And then the first meeting in December, which is typically the last meeting of the year, is when we'll have enactment, the second reading and enactment of the budget and of the property tax levy and 2019 fee schedule. So that's that. Then we've got report on city's fall recycling event at Wild Waves. We've got EJ to give just a brief report.
So good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council. As the Mayor mentioned, on September 22nd, the biannual recycling event was held. There's a couple of pictures from the event on the screen. A couple of highlights for you. So we had a range of materials ranging from batteries, mattresses, wood, tires, scrap electronics, household goods, appliances, styrofoam, and even bicycles. One of the cool things with the bicycles is we work with a company that actually recycles them, and they get donated back to children. So they get restored. The company uses volunteers to restore the bikes, and they get reused. So this year we had near record attendance. We had 1,225 vehicles come through, and we did have record tonnage. All told, we had over 125 tons of material that came into Wild Waves in that day. We increased the capacity of the document shredding services. It's one of the most popular things at this event. And we did, one of the reasons we got, I think, a higher volume of material this year is we did promote it using the city's new e-newsletter. And we also used, for the first time, a promotional insert in the residential trash bills. So the Public Works Department takes a lot of pride in this event, and we're always looking for ways to improve them. So we're considering new options for traffic layout. And for next year, if you want to tentatively put it on your calendars, they're scheduled for Saturday, April 20th and Saturday, September 21st. So, and we'd, of course, love to continue expanding the amount of diversion we have from landfills from these events. So the next event that Solid Waste is happening is actually on October 13th, so just a couple weeks, at the Community Center. And we're hosting, in conjunction with Cisco Morris and Cedar Grove, a compost giveaway. So it is self-shovel. Cedar Groves is donating 25 yards of compost on the parking lot of the Community Center. And so bring your 5-gallon bucket or pickup truck, however much you feel like shoveling, for free compost.
All right. Great. Thank you very much, EJ. All right. And thank you to your staff. That was very organized. I heard great things. So great job. Okay. Community events. We've got the Federal Way Community Caregiving Network Annual Super Supper, Friday, October 12th at 5:30 p.m. That's at Christian Faith Center. And then earlier that day, same location, a Reach Out Breakfast at 7:30 a.m. So busy day on Friday, October 12th, which I believe is next Friday. So that's my report. Council committee reports, the Finance and Economic Development, the Finance Department or Committee. Councilmember Duclos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are, in FEDERAC, we had an issue about the Housing and Homeless Partnership. We deferred that because I think we want to have a council discussion on that. So I don't know if we'll do a presentation tonight. I have asked somebody that's from there or anybody who wants to speak to it to come up at this point in time. But we have to study it a little bit more and bring it back to the full council for discussion. Other issues, structure in South King County to address affordable housing and homelessness. Talk about creating a collaboration on this, but again, we're deferring this to the council and the mayor for input on that before to decide if we want to have any position on that at all, or if we do want to take a position on what it should be. Other than that, our next meeting will also discuss the marijuana issue, whether we want to bring this to the council to relook at the moratorium that's on there now, especially since we're looking at revenue sources, and this would be one that could generate quite a bit. So, and then finally, after a whole month of delay, next Monday, the 8th, please don't anybody schedule another meeting on that date and time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we will be meeting to talk about revenue, and we have a list of revenue things. Now, if you've got something,
I was just teasing you.
I can't say here on the microscope, but I would see you behind your office. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. I'm duly warned, Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember Moran, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee?
You know we say this in jest.
Exactly.
Very in jest. I do love the humor. My report from Lodging Tax and Advisory Committee, Monday, October 15th is due date for the Tourism Enhancement Grants for 2019 for those events from January through June 2019. Should you have any questions, contact Tim Johnson at the City of Federal at, hopefully the number will flash at the screen, at 253-835-2412. Again, that is 253-835-2412. LTAC will be having a brainstorming session on how to increase tourism activities in the off-seasons, which is November through January. While no date has yet been set, we are looking at Thursday, November 1st. More information to come upon solidifying the date and location. I'm really excited about this because I'm really committed to seeing what we can do and put on for next year's off-season. So I'm looking forward to that session. I know I've been collecting items that other cities have been working on during their off-seasons. Again, should you have any questions, contact Tim Johnson at the City of Federal, 253-835-2412. Lastly, we are anxiously awaiting the announcement by the NCAA on our hosting of the men's and women's swimming and diving championships in either 2020 or 2021 or 2022. Stay tuned. And remember, for all things about Federal Way tourism, go to www.visitfederalway.org. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kopak.
Yeah, I think, I hope the brevity of my report does not lead you to the impression that nothing important happens at Land Use and Transportation. I wanted to report a number of things, the first being every project that's for smarter management brought forward for a final acceptance was under budget substantially. So they're working very hard to save money for the city. And those surface water management funds will be move forward to the 2019 and 2020 budget cycle to be used for future, whether it's for future acquisitions in the Hylabos or other acquisitions or projects as necessary to maintain a high level of surface water quality. I also wanted to say that the committee unanimously made a recommendation to pass forward the Clean and Quiet Skies recommendations to the full council for potential approval. So I think very productive, and did get another update. The fifth stage of the Pacific Highway project will be done this year. We're thinking November. So anyway, we'll all be looking forward to that, won't we?
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Johnson for Parks and Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next meeting for Parks, Public Safety, Human Services is next Tuesday, October 9th at 5 p.m. in the Hylabos room. We're going to be discussing, the Parks, I believe, is going to talk about some of their programming. And then we'll also be discussing the Federal Way Youth Action Team will be presenting on youth programming. So this is something that I think we're all passionate about as a council, and we want to hear some ideas for that for the city. So we've heard from a number of representatives, including the Game of Life program, High Positive Outcomes program, Rugged Genius, and so they're going to be presenting about some ideas for the city and a proposal, hopefully. So excited about that. We're also going to hear, again, like I mentioned earlier, from Chief Hwang and Dr. McKenzie about the Police Advisory Group. So hopefully we can talk about and discuss what that could look like for the future. So that's going to be a really important discussion, I think. And then the last piece is we'll get an update from the Homelessness Task Force from Yarden. So that'll be next Tuesday, 5 p.m., Hylabos room.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Honda.
Thank you. So tonight we started our meeting at 5 o'clock. It's been a long night already. And we had the last of the departments presenting their proposed budgets. And now we go into our deliberations. So we're looking forward to that and getting a budget voted on in December. And I hope that all council members received last week or 2 weeks ago an email from SCA with the open positions for 2019, and watch the deadline, because you do have to have it, your application in by the deadline. And we also have a position open for a council member on the Metropolitan Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee, which Councilmember Duclos has served on for many years. It meets on the second Friday of the month from 10:15 to 1:15 in Seattle. We would like a volunteer. If you're interested, let us know.
Yeah, I would, if somebody is available at that time. I am not anymore. But it's an interesting committee. You learn a lot about solid waste and how important it is and how we take care of it. So if you have the time and you can ride up with staff, I never drove, I always rode with our staff member who went, Rob, and I think he's still a staff member there. You learn a lot, and you meet a lot of new people, too.
So if you're interested, let us know. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. That's a kind of a new thing we're doing, and actually it's becoming part of our tradition now with the council committee reports and the deputy mayor report. Very helpful. Okay, now.
Mayor, I have a few things I would like to report on for regional.
Absolutely. Councilmember Cepheus.
So I attended the Highline Forum last week with Dana Holloway, and some of the things that came up were like the CTAC Stakeholders Advisory Roundtable. and their strategies were discussed. And then Port of Seattle has a runway closure. Is it until December? Right, if you remember? Okay. And then one thing that they talked that was very interesting was around ground transportation access plan as one of their objectives, where right now the airport is single car driver friendly rather than public transportation friendly, so how to change that, and so people can use public transportation to go to the airport. And then PIC meeting, Martin attended last time. That evening, my girlfriend passed away, so I wasn't able to attend, so thank you very much. But one of the things that came up is that we need to submit our 2019 legislative agenda. And this coming meeting in October, they have a huge, a long list of stuff they want to discuss. But one of the things that I am very curious about is the homelessness discussion with future laboratories. And so it is shifting how we look at homelessness and make it more of customer-driven rather than funder-driven. And so that would be very interesting, an interesting meeting to attend. It's the pre-PIC meeting. And so I'll report back on what that looks like, or I'm personally very interested in that, so. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thanks for attending. Okay, now, most important part of the evening, citizen comment. Everybody knows the rules. Start off with Lynn Idahosa, then Dana Holloway, then Cheryl Hurst, then Cheyenne Salon, and then Lamont Stiles.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I want to first thank the council for agreeing to look into the creation and having a Police Accountability Review Commission here in the city of Federal Way at the last meeting. This is the beginning of an important dialogue between citizens, city officials, and the police. I listened earlier to the response from Chief Hwang regarding the Police Accountability Review Commission. I'm very curious because if there is no issue with conduct, then creating a review commission should not be a problem to the police department here. A commission with the ability to affect change, not just the recommendations to the chief. Outsiders are not the only people with concerns in regard to bias issues here in Federal Way. Just because officers have good days and accolades doesn't negate the fact that they may still have room for improvement in regards to bias. I heard a lot tonight from the city attorney claiming impropriety, favoring the plaintiff. Perhaps the plaintiff was favored because the facts of the case compelled the judge to make those rulings. But the city attorney has implied accusations of judicial inconduct when claiming favoritism. If that is so factual, why hasn't a complaint been filed by the city of Federal Way? I urge you to stand firm and continue the conversation and take action to create this commission. This is an important issue around the country, and I truly believe we have such a unique population here to serve that will greatly benefit from the City of Federal Way committing to be proactive. Nothing said tonight has changed the fact that these discrepancies between the police and citizens strengthen the need for an accountability review commission. I also wanted to make some comments on what I have seen so far with regard to the budget workshops. This budget year is an opportunity to get a lot of things right. We spend 50% of the budget on policing. We need to be putting a large percentage of that comparable dollars back into making our community whole by creating programs to prevent homelessness. We have a growing community, and we need to be able to serve on a much larger scale. We have kids that need after-school programs, youth that need violence prevention programs, and summer employment opportunities that need to be put into place. There are a lot of underfunded areas, and there needs to be a clear redistribution in our departments to reflect the needs of our city. I hope you all take notice to the political climate when you're casting your council votes and consider what your community wants and needs in the coming 2 years. This city doesn't have the same needs it had in the budget 2 years ago, and those new needs need to be adequately addressed. Some changes are necessary, and your constituents depend on you all to constantly educate yourselves and stay on track with current issues and solutions to keep our community the city of opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Dana Holloway.
Good evening. I'm Dana Holloway, and I attended last night's Land Use and Transportation Committee meeting that Councilman Kopang talked about, and he's the chair of. It's worth sharing that the same thing he talked about, he stole my thunder. The Public Works Department staff reported on 3 completed projects, and all 3 came below budget for a total savings of $231,107. That's a lot of money. So thank you very much to the Public Works Department. As a citizen and a taxpayer, I appreciate it when you can come under budget, still get the job done, and I appreciate it, so thank you. Also, I did attend the FedRAC meeting that Denny talked about, and you have a presentation on agenda item 6A. It's information purposes only tonight, but at the FedRAC, I gave public comment, and if this comes up to a vote at another city council meeting, I will also give comment. But with the limited revenue that we have, and it seems like we're short with a lot of money for staffing and other things around here, I'm against getting into any other interlocal agreements. Thanks, SCORE. And the last thing is sort of like hopefully you already know this. Tomorrow, Wednesday, October 3rd, there will be a test of the emergency alert message on your phone. It'll be about 11:18 a.m. It's a nationwide test of the wireless emergency alert system. Your phone will get a message that will start out with, "This is a test," and it will end with, "No action is required." If you're watching TV or you have the radio on, you also may get also a message. So don't panic if it shows on your phone. And if you're a kid, have it turned off so the teachers won't get mad at you.
Very good. Thank you, Dana. Cheryl Hurst. And then as Cheryl makes her way up there, Cheyenne, we're going to have do the presentation. So we'll hold on that until we get to that presentation. Cheryl, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Farrell, Deputy Honda, and the rest of the City Council and the community. You get listening to people, whether it's on Facebook or you're around in a crowd, and it seems to be everybody has their thoughts and their complaints and the thing. And what I'm kind of finding out is that it seems as though that people are not really educating themselves on what it takes to be a police department, or it takes to be in city council, or it takes to do some of these things. And so some of the things I'm thinking of is, years ago I had this thing where I was just totally petrified of the police department. Like, if I was near a police officer, I would literally be shaky. It was almost like a PTSD thing. And I thought, someday I'm going to have to get past this. And, I was also afraid of handguns. It's like, I'm going to have to get past all this. So my theory was, the only way to get past this was to get more educated about certain things. One was taking lessons on handgun safety, then learning to shoot, getting certified, all those type of things. And then not really completely understanding, don't have any police officers in my family, firefighters, yeah. And what it all comes out to is when you're a first responder, whether you're responding to a fire, a medical emergency, domestic violence, whatever the case may be, it's always an unknown. So the theory is, when you get somewhere, and anytime, even when you're speaking in public and you're nervous, not all the time do you make the best judgment call. Like Chief Andy said, he hires very good people, but they're humans. He hasn't figured out how to hire perfect people. If he did, it would probably be all women, but other than that. So the theory would be that somewhere along the way, it isn't always one person making that mistake. People go to court for reasons. That one person thinks that they're wrong and the other person thinks they're... At some point, maybe in your lifetime, you sit there and when you think back on it, you go, oh, maybe I could have done this differently. But people choose to take things to court. So at this point, I don't, that's one of the officers I don't know, and I don't know the young gentleman either. So what I'm trying to say, and I'll try to hurry it 28 seconds, is to say maybe we need to get a little more educated about what's going on in the city or what's going on in our community. like they said, there's Citizens Academy, which I've been lucky to be able to be in that. For those of you that don't know me, I actually don't live in the city of Federal Way. I spend 85% of my time here. I only sleep at home, basically. I eat here, I shop here, I volunteer here. But what it comes out to, and just to shorten this up, is that if there's things you're going to complain about, your choices are learn about it, volunteer, be part of it, go to things like tomorrow morning coffee with a cop where you can speak to one or two of the officers or support staff, make an appointment with one of the city council people, instead of just complaining and complaining and complaining. Make your problems be known, but also try to come up with a solution. So that's just my theory after listening to people for months on Facebook and in public, that there's plenty of people that listen to this. Let's just try to start solving problems and quit complaining. That's my thought.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, Lamont Stiles, and then Betty Taylor. Thank you, Troop 302. You guys should have earned a badge for tonight. You've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Hey, big shout out to the youth for real, because
Yeah.
they're our future for sure. Hello everybody, it's my second time up here, so hopefully you don't get tired of me talking. But basically, what I would like to point out is, first of all, I'd just like to point out African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. We all, this is a collage of different cultures and whatnot, right? But one of the things that we have to look at and be careful of is our verbiage, right? When you say that you didn't follow a command, when you say that you didn't do what I said, you have to be careful of how you say that and who you say it to. We are all human beings. When one of the meetings that we had at the barbershop meeting, there was a Caucasian brother, and he said, I expect to get treated a certain way by the police. We all look like, good luck. You see what I'm saying? Because that's a different situation for us. Like, I think you said about the uniform. Well, I can't take this off. This is the color of my skin. You see what I'm saying? So when somebody says that I get a DUI, and they try to give me a DUI for my tail light being out, and then they're saying, or my license plate light being out, and then they say, I say it was because I was racially profiled. Well, I literally was racially profiled. I watched the dude. So as my court-appointed attorney talks to the prosecuting attorney, they're laughing like he said it's racial profiling. It was. You see what I'm saying? And then when I go to the victim's panel, and she's saying, you were over the legal limit and stuff, and I raised my hand, I was like, I blew under. Oh, you were driving while black. That's not funny. Why you're laughing? Because I'm here for a DUI. All of us can't say that. If I'm in the mall and I'm at work and the police come in and they rush my coworker and he's like, oh my God, what is going on? And then they come in and that's not him. No, come on, man, that's not acceptable. That's working for some people because they don't have to go through that. But if you have to go through that, put yourself in that person's shoes. If somebody came to you and said, you, sit down, you're not listening. Who are you talking to? You have to be careful of your verbiage. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about, the attorney said, well, the parents believe the kid. Well, you believe the police, so they're not above line? Let's be fair about this. You see what I'm saying? It's not a one-sided thing. You said that it could be possibly a mistake. Okay, well, they can make mistakes as well. I've been in court and they arraigned somebody and the dude gets up there to sign a paper and he was like, this isn't me. They was like, oh, get back, and we got to do the whole thing all over again. So everybody makes mistakes, but we are citizens, man. You see what I'm saying? We're not just somebody that you just say sit down and go and do, and no. You guys supposedly work for us. So what I'm thinking is voter registration. What I'm thinking is community awareness about what their congressmen or people do, and we're not against each other. We are citizens, man. I'm not gonna say what you do in your house or whatever. I want the same for your kids, the same I want for mine. This is not a racial issue, but if we can say that African Americans get arrested at a higher rate, we have something to complain about. This is a fact. This is not just I'm throwing something out there. Look at the numbers. Look at what's going on, and if you can't relate, I'll happily give you a history lesson, for real.
All right, thank you. All right. Most important thing we do in these meetings is to hear from the public. It's absolutely, thank you very much, Lamont. Betty Taylor.
So, good evening. My name is Betty Taylor, and I had two things. But one thing I was going to say was that I was thinking about one of our own that is passed, that I didn't even know passed. But I don't know, you guys know Mildred Ali? You guys know she died? Did you guys know that? And nobody said nothing about it?
No, we didn't.
And she's one of our own?
We didn't have that. Betty, I did not know that until I got up on this dais, and it has not been confirmed officially. So
But-
we're not going to announce it from the dais if I don't have absolute confirmation that it occurred.
Basically, it happened.
Okay.
She's not here no more. She's one of our own. She was on the school board.
She's talking about Mildred Olay. Can you actually restart the clock for Betty? Because I've interrupted her, and I want to make sure. We're talking about Miss Mildred Olay, Dr. Mildred Olay, who served on the Blue Ribbon Panel for the Performing Arts and Events Center. She was the president of, I believe it was, Seattle Community College, Seattle Central Community College, and was just and a school board member who recently resigned. Betty, how did you get that confirmation? Because it has not been in the news yet.
I know. Well, it is all over on Facebook, but then I heard from different school members that it did happen and stuff, and so people on Facebook are saying rest in peace. But I didn't know about it. I know that she had stepped off the school board for a while, and I knew she was sick, but I didn't know she passed away, not until a couple of days ago. And I was shocked, because I was wondering, does the city know about this?
No.
But I feel like it's important that we recognize one of our own, one that did a lot for our community and for our city. And I was going to say that.
We restarted the clock for you, Betty.
Just wanted to get that out. And another thing I want to say, that I know that a lot of talk has been, about the Sonetta Hunter and her son. And I'm African American too. I really am. But I don't look at. I am, and I have I think about my I have a grandson who has a disability, and I think about how different people have disabilities, and how you can have Asperger's, you can have autism, and the way some, I'm not saying in this city, but in other areas, if you have a disability, sometimes you are treated differently by the police. I didn't say this city, but I'm just saying, because the police don't know. They don't know what's wrong with you. They don't know. So it's like the first reaction. But I think education is important, because somebody could have Tourette syndrome and then have an altercation with the police and could be twitching, and the police might take that out of context and may think it to be something else when it's not. So I think that education is really important, because we're dealing with lives, we're dealing with human beings and stuff. And I know there's some, I know that there is training, but training with people with complex issues, even mental health issues, even because it's about awareness. It's about awareness. And I love this city. I've been in the city for like the last 16 years. And I'm a community advocate and stuff like that. And I advocate for the people. So I kind of like, it's not, I take your side against their side, but I'm like I listen to both sides and stuff like that. And I respect everybody in the dais. And a lot of people say, well, Betty, you know all the city council members, but to me, you're just people. You're people. You're human beings and stuff. And I don't think of you as being title this and title that. I think of you as being people. You're just people, just like anybody else. People with lives, people with families. And families are important. And I don't like to see families destroyed or conflict. You know, if there is any conflict, let there be a resolution. So that's all I want to say.
Great, thank you, Betty. Betty, at the next meeting, we'll probably, we will mention and honor Dr. Olay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And thank you for bringing that up today. I don't have any more pink sheets, so thank you very much for public comment. It was good to hear from everybody. Okay, now we've got the consent agenda. These items have gone through committee and can be passed with one motion. I will ask, I'll read through them and I'll ask whether any council member would wish to pull an item for separate consideration. Item A, the minutes for the September 18th, 2018 regular meeting, September 26th, 2018 special meeting, and the September 27th, 2018 special meeting. B, vouchers, July 2018. Item C, vouchers, August 2018. Item D, monthly financial report, July 2018. Item E, monthly financial report, August 2018. Item F, grant acceptance for Performing Arts and Events Center sign from For Culture. That's the $100,000 grant that we got from For Culture from King County. Item G, resolution, authorization of an interfund loan to PAC checking account. And item H, 2018 operable wall replacement for Federal Way Community Center. Council, are there any particular items that you want pulled for separate consideration? All right, hearing none, Deputy Mayor Honda, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move approval of items A through H on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been a motion, a second, to move items A through H. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Matter passes unanimously, or the matter is passed unanimously. Okay, council business. I'd like to say, before I say another word, thank you for the folks that are here for the South King County Housing and Homelessness presentation and your immense patience. As right now, you've been sitting here for 2.5 hours, so thank you so much for your patience and for your time. With that, I will turn it over to the folks on this presentation.
Super, thank you very much. Actually, tonight was the 30th anniversary reception for HDC down in Tacoma, and Patience and I forewent that to be here with you. And so you'll understand why when you hear us talk about this. And it's a special memory for me to be here with you. It's been some time, but some of you may remember 10 years ago I moved here from Atlanta to take up the Habitat for Humanity work, and we worked a lot in partnership in the Westway neighborhood. Listening to Chief Andy and talking to him afterwards, it was really a community effort, and we believe in what you believe in this community and what community takes and what it requires. And so with that in mind, we'd really like to share with you just briefly some slides. I believe you have them.
We do. We should have them on. Every member of the council has your PowerPoint. Okay. But I don't know if we've got anybody in the room back there that can help you with your PowerPoint. Did you send your PowerPoint in for us? So we just need.
Okay.
We've got our IT, Thomas Fitchner, the IT manager.
He should have a Superman t-shirt.
Exactly.
Out of the room.
Especially the way he comes out of that room.
That's the one. Yep.
You know which one it is.
Exactly.
Just don't take your glasses off.
Exactly. I like that. That's right.
Super. Appreciate it. Always got to have somebody like that with us, so.
Thank you, Thomas.
Look, what we're up to, and Patience will tell you a little bit more about this when she comes up, but we've been working hard for many years on trying to figure out what to do in South King County related to affordable housing and homelessness. We do believe that perceptions have changed in a number of the cities in the last decade. I do know that preservation has been a huge issue for many of the South King County cities. Some of that was due to concerns about nuisance abatement and dealing with properties that were aging and so forth, and now we're in a situation that's completely the opposite, where we have a number of people living in our cities who cannot afford to live here due to the increasing rents. Some of you may have heard of what's happening in Burien with an apartment complex there just 2 days ago. So based on a model used elsewhere, including East King County, Snohomish, and some other places around the country, we are trying to create new staff capacity and possibly a capital fund to develop a range of strategies to look at how we produce new housing and preserve existing housing stock in South King County. Nowhere is the suburbanization of poverty more evident than in South King County. Some of you have heard of this concept. The Brookings Institute has done a study looking significantly at South King County. We do know that there have been a lot of reasons why we struggle with poverty in this area. So if you look at what's happening today, I don't know if you can see this specifically or not, but based on the work of the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force for the last 12 months, and will finish its work in December in King County, you add up the number of people who are homeless, those who are cost burdened, paying more than 30% of their income for rent or housing expense, and those that are severely cost burdened. We need in King County today 156,000 homes if we're going to address the need of people who are struggling to find access to housing. If you transfer that number to South King County, that looks at about 54,700 homes that we would need to produce today. If you back up to that 156,000 number and you project out the growth of the county to 2040, that number increases to 244,000 homes. If you take a look at the number of households in South King County who are currently cost burdened, that's 38% of the households that live in South King County are experiencing cost burdening at this time. Of course, the biggest challenge, as we all know, is that 0 to 30% area median income group at 40,000 households. Because we tend to talk about households and units and houses and all of that, we tend to forget that these are the real people who make up our communities and do a lot of the work that we all rely on for a vibrant and solid community to function, including cashiers, teachers, cooks, welders, biologists, accountants, office clerks, and security guards. These are the lifeblood of our communities. These are the folks that are struggling to be able to afford to live nearby. The last 3 to 4 years, most people believe that Seattle has been out of control in the city related to rent, and that's not necessarily untrue. But if you look at where the most significant rent growth has occurred, it has been in the South King County area. And so we are finding more and more households struggling to be able to afford to live in South King County. This map is probably a little bit difficult to see, but it does show the dispersion of affordable housing in King County. I know there's always a lot of questions about concentration, fair share, and all of the ways in which we express this issue. I just want you to know that we have done a lot of research and mapped out the locations of affordable housing, and it is fairly dispersed throughout King County. And in a minute, Patience is going to come up and run through a few more slides, and then if there are any questions, we'll answer them briefly. I'll just say that in the 7 years prior to 2016, HDC, I've been on the board for a number of years, has been concentrating our efforts trying to help folks in South King County figure out whether or not we want to do some cross-jurisdictional coordination and create a common understanding for housing and homelessness needs. And so we started in 2016 a pilot effort called the South King County Housing and Homelessness Partnership. HDC has served as the fiscal agent, the fundraiser, and the supporter of this effort. And we are now in the third and final year of supporting that effort, asking the question, do the cities of South King County wish to form a formal collaborative entity? The funding for SCIP the last 3 years was done by 6 cities. It was Kent, Renton, Auburn, SeaTac, Burien, and Tukwila. We, however, allowed the staff and others from Federal Way to participate in all of the meetings that we've had and the efforts of SCIP during that period of time. Patience?
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to you. I was here last week with the Finance and Economic Development Committee, and I'm hopeful that this will be another positive meeting. So just to bring you up to speed on where we are, and this is just previously what was achieved from the pilot. they hired an urban planner who worked with various cities that developed ordinances and really helped with the technical assistance of developing those ordinances. And you will see here with the source of income discrimination ordinance that was passed and the just cause eviction exploration that's still ongoing in the city of Burien. Just bringing you up to speed on where we are right now. We are building off of the success of the pilot. The mayor of Auburn has been a champion in helping us get other electeds to engage in this effort. We have heard 2 electeds convenings, one in March and another one in June. And coming out of the electeds convening, they were requested to develop, number 1, a draft interlocal agreement, and number 2, an example work plan that shows us what will be the scope of the work without really being specific on the time frame, because the cities would determine the time frame. And we also had a request for a budget proposal to see what the numbers would look like. This has been worked on by the staff work group that Marty just mentioned, coming from the different cities that have shown interest over the past years. And we've also engaged some outside support, which includes the King County Executive Council, the King County Housing Authority, and the Washington State Housing Finance Commission, and also Enterprise Community Partners. Just outside of this, we've also been engaging cities as they begin their budget cycle. And I want to confirm that we have about 7 jurisdictions that have expressed interest to participate and have allocated budget components in their proposals to ensure that they will be participating. And these include the city of Auburn, the city of Kent, Tequila, Burien, Normandy Park, and King County as well. I must mention that some of the cities are also experiencing budget deficits, but they see the value of working as a regional entity beyond just seeing ourselves as silos in cities, because these issues affect us across as a region. We also have 3 other jurisdictions that are still working on their participation, and that includes the city of Maple Valley, Covington, and the city of Des Moines. The city of Des Moines, we had a meeting with the city manager and council members, and they expressed strong interest and indicated that they're between interested and very interested. So we will be going back to present to their council as well to see if we can get them to participate as well. And we're hopeful that Federal Way will be that city that adds on to this participation. We've had so much from your neighbors on how they would want to see you at the table. Having said that, going back to the 2 opportunities that Marty mentioned earlier, we really want to ensure that we're creating a staff capacity that will focus on creating policies with the different cities. And these policies will be determined by the cities working on specific issues that are relevant to that specific city, and also creating new programs, whether they're around preservation strategies or the use of public lands, whatever is most relevant to those cities. It will also help us speak with a coordinated voice as South King County. If you look at East King County cities, they have seen the value of having ARCH because it's been that leverage point of being a united voice. And we also see the opportunity in creating the Housing Capital Fund that I know out of our engagement with some of the philanthropy organizations, there has been interest in putting in some dollars if cities are coming together to really work on this. Having said that, I will leave this time for opportunity, for questions, or if you will be interested in commenting on any of the work that has been done.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Duclos.
No, I'm.
Oh, sorry, your microphone was on. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you for presenting. I appreciate it. I know that I'm looking forward to scheduling a meeting with you to learn more about this. And I think, and I know that Councilmember Safadas and I have talked about this a couple of times, and I'm looking forward to kind of understanding better between affordable housing and Section 8 voucher. There's a new term for that. what's the new term, Lydia? for
Housing
that?
choice voucher.
What was that?
Housing choice voucher?
Housing choice voucher. So I know that there's a difference, and I believe, and I know my colleague, Councilmember Safadowson has talked about this, but there needs to be more education on what are the differences. And so, and I know that tonight you've given us some enlightenment in that, but I'm hoping to dig a little bit deeper to get a better understanding. And so I think this is a really important area because this is all about middle-class families, and that's where it's being affected. And I think the most immediate thing that I'm more concerned about, and I'll end my comments after that, is we in South King County, especially Federal Way, we believe, it's my personal opinion, that we are kind of forgotten, and that sometimes what Seattle does overshadows the needs for this area. So if this is something that we're going to jump into or look at in developing that partnership, I want to make sure that Federal Way gets a very strong seat at the table, and the right outcomes are given to help middle-class families here in Federal Way. Thank you.
Councilmember Asaf, did you guys have any comment to that?
I'd just like to quickly say to your point, Mr. Moore, that one of the reasons why we're so adamant about doing this is the voice of South King County needs to be much clearer and probably louder than it has been. As it relates specifically to support, King County has already agreed to commit $50,000 a year to this effort. And part of their challenge, just to be honest with you, and I've brought many of them folks from King County down to meetings here in this very room to meet with South King County folks over the years, is that we need real clarity from the cities coming back and in demonstration, and that's what Skip did, by the cities contributing, that there is a desire to work together and try to come up with solutions. And I think it's a give and take issue. But I do believe that in this moment in time, with a clear demonstration of commitment from the cities, that we will see rallying not only from the county, but from philanthropy, who cares deeply about the suburbanization of poverty and what's going on in South King County. They are waiting for a signal, though.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Safadowson.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you for your presentation, and I work with Marty and patients on a different capacity under Marty's leadership, and you're always in the trenches doing the work, so I just want to say thank you very much for everything you do. This is very important, and just like we all understand how Sound Cities Association or NLC support, and we have a unified voice, I think this will be a unified voice for South King County. Otherwise, everything we hear about South King County, and so having this regional look around homelessness or housing issues is very critical, affordable housing and all that. So I just want to plead to my fellow council members that we pay attention to what's going on here. And also with that, a lot of times we hear, and I know Deputy Mayor has alluded to not only suburbanization of poverty, but everything, where we see obesity, low educational rate, low everything. So when you look at the maps, the indicator is there that we have a high number of challenges in our region. That being said, though, I have a question for you, Marty. You just talk about the highest rent increase are in South King County. If you could explain what that means?
In terms of the rental increases?
In South King County?
Yes.
So.
When you track what's happened due to housing affordability costs for the last 3 years, for some reason or other, and I think by and large it's a case in point where we're running out of affordable housing opportunities in the urban core, and more people are pushing further out. And we're also seeing, though, that you have buildings that we would call naturally occurring affordable buildings in South King County that are being bought up in speculation that rents will continue to increase, and rents are increased as those buildings are bought up. They may be retrofitted or may not, but we don't have a lot of protections in place or capacity other than some work that King County Housing Authority is trying to do to buy up those buildings and preserve them as income and rent restricted.
a back of the napkin look we did last year says that in the last 10 years in King County, we believe we've lost over 43,000 units of affordable housing in the 0 to 30% AMI category due to rent increases. We can't reproduce at that pace to keep up with that happening. So there's a number of things that go into how do we do an affordable housing strategy, not just the production and preservation, but it is taking a hard look at tenant protections and all of those sorts of things.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Duclos.
I've got a couple of questions. First of all, do we know how many people are being pushed out of Seattle because of rent increases?
In terms of the displacement, I don't know if we have an accurate number on that.
Do we even have an estimate at all? Would it be possible?
There have been some attempts. I can try to find you some numbers.
No, it would be nice if we could get Seattle to chip in to relocate these people.
Yeah, I love that question. I love that thought. It's
Ask Amazon, they've got plenty of money. Now,
well,
that's something that we really should try to look at, as you know, because South County here has the lower apartment rentals and housing and stuff like that, but pretty soon we are going to be forced out too. And the cities don't have the taxing authority or people here that can pay high taxes to meet the needs of everyone. So somehow we've got to get Seattle chipping in for what they're displacing.
Yeah, I will say this, Seattle does tax itself on affordable housing, one of the first and only in the country to do that through their property tax levy, and some of that levy money actually does leave the city, unknown to most people, in rental assistance for people throughout the county. But to your point, I'll just be very clear with all of you, until we unite in this county and in this region to go to the state and change the revenue model in this state, cities will be hamstrung with property tax and sales tax options and a limitation on them that will not get us to 156,000 units.
Okay, and my second question, is there a fee to join in this collaborative structure, South King County?
Yes.
There are contributions, and they're based on either the group size or the population size. So based on the group size, currently Federal Way, if we're going to consider 2 full-time employees, that would be at 34,000.
How much?
34,500.
34,500?
Yes, and if we are going to consider the 1.5 FTE, then that will be at 26,000. But the more cities we get, the lower the number.
All right. Councilmember Johnson, then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From a perspective of someone that works in the school district, I work in Highline Schools, and this year we've lost 700 kids due to gentrification being pushed out to Federal Way, Auburn, and I think Federal Way is the same way. They're losing kids to Pierce County, and I think Seattle even lost about, 900 kids this year. And so I think this is an issue, especially if we want to keep our kids here in King County. And so also with the recent discussions we've had here at council around rental inspection and the fact that half of our population is in rental housing, I think it's something that, I would love to have a voice at the table for our city, and I think it's important that we look at that so we're creating safe, accessible, affordable housing. My only question I have is the type of housing that will be implemented for these folks that are being displaced. So I just wonder what that looks like. Is that something that we'll have conversations about with these meetings?
So let me make sure we're very clear about this. The cities who contribute to the South King County Collaborative will be the cities that will decide whether housing will be produced or preserved in their communities and what that will look like. A lot of the cities who are interested in production in South King County definitely want it to be mixed income developments that have a community building component to them and, those kinds of things. But this is purely voluntary, and the direction of the staff working for the cities will come from the governing board of this collaborative.
And we've had Jeff Watson, our Human Services Manager, attending these meetings for a number of years now. Jeff was planning on attending, but he was ill tonight, so he couldn't be here. But we do have Sarah Bridgeford here. And the hour's late, so what I was going to do is we were going to hear from both Sarah and Brian Davis at some point, because no action is anticipated on this, but the hour is late, we have an executive session scheduled, and we've got another item of business. Deputy Mayor Honda?
I was going to mention that Jeff Watson has been at the meetings, and I was able to be at the last elected meeting, as well as Councilmember Sefa Dawson. So if we were not to join this coalition, what do you see happening in Federal Way?
Well, first of all, let me assure you that HDC is not going away. We will do whatever we can, as we always have tried, to support the city of Federal Way. In terms of, you could always join later. It's a voluntary decision. I think, I just want to be very clear that the signal I'm getting from folks from philanthropy, folks from other cities, is they want you as a sister partner to be part of this effort. They believe they need you. You're a key part of South King County and what happens here. What happens in Federal Way is up to you as a council as it relates to housing and homelessness. I mean, I can tell you this, that the dynamics of homelessness, just parsing that piece out, it's no longer a transient issue anywhere in King County. It's not even a transient issue in other parts of the state where we support people. It's a very real part of our DNA in all of Washington State and the West Coast, and the only way we're going to address it is to aggressively start producing more truly affordable housing. We're just plain short on housing that people can afford to live in.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here and for staying here for so long to talk to us.
Thank you very much, and do let us know however else we can be of assistance to you.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you, patience.
Thank you.
And thank you both for your patience this evening and for your time and for the sacrifice for you to be here. Okay, now on to item B. This was put on the agenda at the very beginning of the meeting. I'll turn this over to council members Moore and Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
We've got Cheyenne here as well.
Yes.
Before you get started, I'm sorry, not to interrupt. Deputy Mayor, do you have a motion as we're approaching the 10 o'clock hour?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting past 10 o'clock.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're good to go past 10. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving us some extra minutes. I'm glad that wasn't denied. Yes. First and foremost, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our own State Representative Mike Pelliciotti that's in the audience, and Federal native, but now Fife native, I believe Deputy Mayor, I think you are still Deputy Mayor, good. Deputy Mayor is here, Brian, so it's good to see you here, thank you. Voting is important. I think that's something that we all can't, that we can all agree on. We think that's really is important. And now more than ever, Mr. Mayor, I really believe that unity is extremely important. The opportunity and what a powerful message it is for Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Purple Party, Pink Party, Red Party, whatever you want to call it, Green Party, of all coming together and in unison and telling people vote. We really don't care how you vote, just vote. And I think that's what's really important. And it's something that is lacking, I think, now more than ever in our society, generally speaking. And that's what this event is. We're calling it a Rally to Vote, City of Federal Way's Rally to Vote event, where I know we have a guest speaker, that's Cheyenne, which I'll let Councilmember Jesse Johnson introduce, but he'll talk more to this. But this is an opportunity. This is an event that we can encourage people to A, register to vote, B, get excited about voting, however way you're going to vote. And this is a huge opportunity for the City Council to step up to the plate, do something different, and send out a message to our youth, send out a message to our working people, to everybody saying, we don't care how you vote, just vote. And so from there, I'll pass it on to Councilmember Jesse Johnson. Thank you.
Johnson.
Thank you. So I'm going to introduce Cheyenne, and it's really a privilege and honor. He is a Federal Way native musical artist, producer, most importantly, Federal Way High School graduate. Fight on Eagles. They played Decatur this Friday for homecoming.
Go Gators.
Anyways, so I want to introduce him, and he's also the founder of Brave New World, and so he'll talk about his organization, but we're hoping to team up as a city council with Cheyenne to do this event, so I'll let him explain a little bit about it.
Sure. Good evening. I want to extend a serious mode of gratitude right now. This is my first time ever coming to one of these events, and it's been a tremendous education, to say the least. So with that, again, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. My name is Cheyenne Salah. I am a true Federal Way native. What I mean by that, not that I was born here, but basically from K through 12, my time was spent here. My grandmother migrated our family in the 70s. And she had 6 kids who all had a bunch of kids, who had grandchildren and so on and so forth. And we populated the area at a very non-diverse time. And I grew up on these streets and these playgrounds, playing sports with these schools, skinning knees and elbows, and learning my way through the world. Old school tradition, hard work, belief, confidence, all those things were instilled very early for us to be able to maintain things that we wanted to pursue and achieve as youngsters here in Federal Way. As an 80s and 90s kid, I could speak to that indefinitely, but I won't spend my time doing so. I got the opportunity to join some other Federal Way natives in Hollywood, California in the mid to late 90s. Respectively, they were working for companies like Warner Brothers, William Morris Agency, and several other production groups. And they gave me an opportunity to get on a television program called The Wayans Brothers, where I got to learn an enormous amount of knowledge about the entertainment business. My pursuits individually were about the arts. I wanted to be a singer-songwriter, an artist, a performer, and I definitely got that opportunity. But the first lesson was really started by being an extra and seeing how production and how the business community and the industry ran there in Hollywood. I was able to get deals and start making things happen and create a life for myself, toured all over the country and several other countries, and was able to make a living and go through all the ups and downs that are typical in any industry, but certainly in entertainment. You know, the tidal waves can be tremendous. And there I understood something really, really critical, that there was a body and a group of people that are oftentimes not promoted or marketed to about how the industry works. So I began doing outreach and developed an organization called Brave New World that would center its focus on teaching how the industries ran, how the business goes, that a song is more than a song. It's also a copyright. It's an asset. And there's all these fundamental things that artists and young producers should do to take an interest in this industry. As a result of that, my organization began getting opportunities to produce events. We have a record label with deals with Sony and Universal, respectively, a publishing company that works directly with ASCAP and BMI and the RIAA, the federal regulating body for copyrights and intellectual properties in the music industry. We've had a tremendous amount of success since I've been able to come back to Federal Way. We've been able to instill these programs into the school district and have had tremendous results throughout the entire Federal Way School District, most recently with our reading program in conjunction with Barnes & Noble called Coffee with the Principal. That stemmed from a relationship that was shared a deep initiative with Starbucks that allowed me to tour and develop some kind of community interaction in getting the community involved and being able to see the same things that I got an opportunity to see here in Federal Way that's not always available when you're thinking about Hollywood and New York. The issue is mass media has a way of producing content, and we have a population that's accustomed to that. Typically, unless you're watching some kind of documentary or behind-the-scenes video, you don't get a chance to learn the industry and the fabric of how things go. But in that massive education that I got and the wonderful relationships that came with it from some great corporate strategic partners, from Starbucks to Disney to Apple and Costco, we've been able to perform this at a really high-end rate. Over the last few weeks, I've had an opportunity to sit a couple of times with council members Johnson and Moore and hear about some of their desires that they mentioned with respect to voter awareness, which is something that's been deep in my heart, something my grandmother was very serious about and committed to here in the Federal Way area. And it's something that I wanted to take up as a mantle and say, hey, if there's a way that our organization can help produce this in a manner that is kind of similar to how music works, concerts, festivals, where it's a free-for-all for everybody to come get involved. This is something that does not have a political intent, no offense to anybody. Something that's more designed to say, hey, this is a mode of awareness, this is about interaction, togetherness, a learning opportunity, wrapped around with music and live production and so on and so forth. And so I wanted to come here tonight and kind of express a little bit of that intention in the hopes that this is something that you guys all support. Again, I want to say thank you for what it is that you're doing. Dr. McKenzie, I got a lot of education listening to you a little bit and got inspired about some of the work that you're doing as well. In my industry, we actually have to lean heavily on the support of security and police and so on and so forth when you're talking concerts and festivals and things of that nature. So anything I can do to help extend my relationships in the community to create forums for that healing, I just wanted to throw that out there, even though I'm here talking about this event in particular. But with that being said, unless there's questions in regards to it, the idea is that the city would sponsor this event, and in doing so, they would get a certain amount of brand entitlements. Those entitlements would include everything from our efforts on social media, our efforts in traditional media as well, any commercial marketing collateral, flyers, posters, all that kind of brand integration, as well as logo and name given on all event materials. Logo included on the flyers, as I said, that will be distributed in certain other co-partners venues. So whether that's Target or that's Macy's or whoever else may get involved, we have a vast network of corporate partners that we've worked with for a long time that are usually pretty much pro Brave New World events because of the way we use the community and integrate the community into our efforts. So our hopes are that going from here tonight, we also have the ability to make this pilot, if you would, an opportunity to maybe develop a deeper relationship with the city of Federal Way. My whole life, I've endorsed this city. I was a national champion at the age of 14 representing this city. I played AAU, 3 sports, high school All-American, earned a college scholarship, joined Federal Way natives in Hollywood and New York City, and will continue to rep this city regardless. So I'm here to kind of pledge my support and say, if there's any way that my wherewithal supports the city's efforts, branding itself, developing some of these relationships I've heard here tonight, from a solution-based standpoint, I'm all in.
All right, thank you, Cheyenne.
Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember Moore.
And I did want to just follow up. Thank you, Cheyenne, for the presentation. You know, when you look across South King County and really our state, there's not a city that goes above about 13% voter turnout. And wouldn't it be great to say that Federal Way has the highest voter turnout in the state? And so when we're talking about engagement of our community in different areas, I think that what better way than our own government putting money back into our community for an event like this. I did want to just say, currently, what we're going to vote on tonight is the allocation of about $3,500 towards this event from the City Council. Currently, that funding comes from professional services and miscellaneous services. So that includes our retreat facilitator. It includes retreat room rental fees, as well as going to conferences. And so it's allocated for certain funds for the council to basically do professional development. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't want to go to DC. I don't want to go to a conference when we can put the money back into our community and help promote voting. And so that's really why we decided to do this. That's why we're deciding to partner with Brave New World. And so I hope that we consider that when we're voting tonight.
All right. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is an exciting thing. I mean, I really believe that, you know, this is a huge opportunity for the city council to step out a little bit, to do something new that we've never done before. And again, just think about our youth that I look at when I'm subbing or in the Federal Way School District, even in the 5 school district. And when I talk to people, I mean, what is the message that we can send out and that it looks when you have Republicans, Democrats, Independents on the council, or people that don't identify with political parties on our council, that stand together and literally rally the vote and get excited about that, because that's so important to send that message now more than ever. And it's really important that this is going to be done together as a council for those that can attend. In terms of details, we're looking at somewhere towards the end of October, and we're hoping to team up with the Commons or SeaTac Mall, but the Commons, and really just bring the community together. Bring the community together as one community and literally rally the vote. We have worked really hard to make sure that it is truly, truly nonpartisan. And so we've listened to comments of our colleagues. We've tweaked it, we've changed it all the way until this week. And so we believe that this product is a good thing, and it's really an example of outside-the-box thinking for the City Council. So I really would urge for support of this. And I hope that our colleagues will send the message tonight that saying, hey, we stand behind this, we believe that this is important, and we're going to do this together. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion, and then we'll have a discussion, I'm sure.
Oh, Councilmember Tran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Moore, can you talk a little bit about the total cost for this event? Is $3,500 is enough to cover the whole event, or do we need to raise some more money?
That's a great question, Councilmember. Thank you for asking. This event, and Cheyenne will have you on hand just if you want to answer those questions, but from what I've studied, this will be about a $15,000 expenditure. We're asking for a sponsorship from the City Council of $3,500. After tonight, we're going to put in some work to raise the rest of the funds. So Councilmember Dean Duclos just asked, what happens if you can't raise the funds? And the event will still happen, that's just fact. It's at $15,000, and mind you, something like this really costs about $70,000 to $80,000 from what I understand. And so for Cheyenne, a professional for over 20 years, to come here and say, hey, I'll do this at $15,000, really does make a very loud statement. And so that being said, $15,000 is the best possible way to get the word out and to make it a successful event. But if you can't raise those funds, then we scale things back and we still go on with the event.
And I just wanted to also just say, the city is saying we'll put forward $3,500, kind of plain and simple. The council. We can go to the school district, we can go to different organizations to get sponsorships, but $3,500 financially is the only financial commitment from the City Council.
Councilmember Tran.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask a follow-up question. So in the event that we raise more than $15,000, then what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's another great question. So, like Cheyenne mentioned, this is a long-term solution. We believe that civic engagement is important. Obviously, we all think that here in the diocese, or else we wouldn't be here if we didn't think that was important. But we believe that promoting the importance of voting, however way you vote, is really important. So whatever is raised will go on to the following year's event. And so eventually we want to see this kind of happen like a machine, so to speak. And so whatever is not raised, whatever we raise that's additional, we'll move on to the next year's event.
Let me do it. Oh, Councilmember Sapadasa?
Yeah, thank you. So this is a one-time request for $3,500. Is it to get votes for this election cycle?
Correct.
And the deadline for that is?
October 8th is the last time for voter registration.
Right.
So that's...
So all the other rallies?
Stephanie is trying to say something. Stephanie?
I was just saying, yeah, the voter registration deadline's Monday, October 8th.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we have multiple rallies after that?
It's not a, it's not a voter registration event, it's a voter engagement, get out the vote event. So we're doing voter registration with the school district up until Monday. But this event would be to get out the vote of folks that are registered to vote.
Thank you.
Ade, can you tell us where this money would come from and what the balance is in those funds, in those accounts?
Based on the analysis that myself and Geraldine did, I think we think there will be about 9,000 left in the city council budget, and with the hope that there will not be any training or any unforeseen spending that will come up in November or December or even half part of January that will kick the council's budget over the maximum amount.
So this would come out of the city council budget?
It will come out of the city council budget, correct.
Okay. Then, can somebody go through the details of what this event actually is? What actually is this? I mean, what's being, yes, so what's being planned with the expenditure of city funds at $3,500?
Well, the $3,500 basically covers a sponsorship entitlement package. It doesn't necessarily cover the entire production component of it. It's more on the marketing, awareness, promotion side. So those entitlements, again, do include a quarter-page color ad in the event program, brand name of this city and logo given recognition. As a silver sponsor in event materials, brand name and logo on all posters, brand logo included on 10,000 flyers distributed throughout the city. That would be basically placed in some of those supporting venues I spoke on earlier. Facebook, social media, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, promotional efforts will be done, targeting registered voters as well. And the brand will be given an official sponsor recognition on the event webpage. We'll build out a webpage, and again, with the idea of being able to put something together that happens annually. That's also very attractive to potential sponsors that we want to go talk to for the remainder of the budget. The idea that this is not a one-off typically
What's your
works well.
vision of the event itself? That's what I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
So people can
Gotcha.
kind of, it's one of those things where sometimes people get so busy about kind of talking about other things that you kind of, I want to make sure that there's a discussion about what exactly is this?
Sure. I see it more like a public gathering in the form of like a festival, where, anyone and everyone that you could imagine is involved and invited, family-friendly, fun. Ideally, we want to be in the Commons Mall. Right in front of Macy's is a big open space where I've had success doing events before. Got a pretty solid relationship there. And you got music, and you got speakers, and you have everything from hip-hop to country to rock and roll to just kind of a celebration style of thing. Hopefully, some food vendors and different things like that being on hand will be a part of it as well. My vision is kind of mirroring the way a festival would work.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kopang, thank you, Shannon.
Sure.
Cheyenne, I want to thank you for coming out, and
thank you.
I think you're a professional. You do this for a living, and I admire and respect that. I think the questions that I have, I think, as the mayor kind of intimated, I'm hearing the sizzle, but not understanding if there's a stake or not, if that makes sense. So,
sure.
I think we're at October 2nd right now. We don't have any vendors or any sponsors lined up yet. And I'm not, actually, you know what? I need to direct this to the council members, Moore and Johnson, because I think this really is, Cheyenne is here at your request, but we had, last year, we didn't do the Flavor of Federal Way. And the reason we didn't do the Flavor of Federal Way is because we didn't feel that there was enough preparation for that event to be carried off in a way that would really reflect positively on the city of Federal Way. And as a result, the Diversity Commission went back to the drawing room table, and they really figured out how to make this event, that event work effectively. And as a result, we had a fantastic event. A lot of work, but there was preparation that they knew about, and there was preparation they didn't know about. And as a result of us pulling the plug on that project, they found out more succinctly what the preparation they didn't know about was. And I feel like we're being asked to jump in to do something without really having a sense of preparation. I like the idea of engaging the voters. That's not what this is about. This is about how do we do an event in federal way, and how do we, as a council, I mean, setting aside whether this is within the purview of the council to do, and I think that's a debate we could have, but can we actually do this event in a way that really reflects positively on the council, let alone the community? And I think we're responsible for doing it for the community as well. So that's my concern. I think, and I want to give you guys time to respond, but the other thing is, so when is the event again?
It would be Saturday, October 27th. And just also to point out that you can still register to vote all the way up until November 7th, Election Day. It's just online registration ends Monday. So this is a voter engagement, get out the vote,
Sure.
similar to Rock the Vote. But it's,
So we've got 25 days to get an event scheduled. Do we have a venue for it?
Councilmember Moore?
So our thing is this, and that's tonight's action is very important because that's what sets the stage for everything else. It's right now, if we were to vote on it, yeah, we'd probably were not able to move forward on this whole thing. And so by us voting in favor, yeah, the work actually begins. And like Councilmember Jesse Johnson said, you know, for us to start securing sponsorships, and we have people that we have done soft reach outs to. So it's not like we've done nothing. I know that Cheyenne's had some conversations as well, and maybe he can enlighten us in that. So there has been motions. We have been talking about this for some time. This is not something that we've thought about 2 weeks ago. And let's just throw it on right now. We put some thought into this. It's just tonight's action represents the green light for us to move forward. Councilmember Johnson, do you have anything to add, or?
Let's hear from Councilmember Duclos.
Now, my question is, I'm not sure that this is appropriate for the council to spend city money to get out the vote. I'm just not sure that we should be playing with politics with the money from taxes and things like that. I want to have a real look at that.
Deputy Mayor Honda?
Thank you. So when I look at the council budget and I look at what we have left and the potential expenses that we have, I'm concerned that if we take $3,500 out of it, that there just might be a problem. And when you guys first talked to me about it, it wasn't a money thing. It was maybe next year you wanted money? No, the first time I heard about it, there wasn't a money part to it. It wasn't until the second time that the money part came up. And so who is responsible for getting the remaining sponsors? Is that the council?
So as I mentioned, the vote tonight would be the city's commitment, and that would be our only commitment. Myself, as someone that's invested in this program, would want to go to different organizations to try to get sponsorships, but we're not obligated to do that.
So then how do the sponsorships happen if we're not obligated to go out and get them? I mean, they're not just going to come to us. We would have to do some work to get the sponsorship.
This is where the partnership with Cheyenne comes into place. You know, just like Jesse said, I'm very much committed to this. I believe in the importance of this and for us to actually think outside the box. And I'm also going to be securing sponsorships myself for this event, you know, and I suspect that Cheyenne will also play a role in helping, you know, secure sponsorships. You know, right now, they need a commitment from Federal Way. You know, we can't go out, if we're leading this with Cheyenne, you know, and we're trying to get other sponsorships, but we're not going to do it, it doesn't really help our cause. You know, we can't get other people to jump on board. And so by having a pivotal player like us step up, you know, that's going to really set the stage up for everything else that's going to come together.
I'm going to disagree with that. I mean, there are plenty of pivotal partners you could get out in the community.
And that's what we're going to be doing.
Yeah, but I think the taxpayers would be really upset if they find out we are putting this kind of money into a political thing.
Councilmember Kopeng?
Yeah, I think the other concern I have is perception. And we've sat through, me in my hotel room in Topeka and you guys here, two extended meetings talking about the budget. And then obviously we had the conclusion of the budget presentations tonight. Our budgets are very tight. We are in austerity mode. We've asked the Public Works, we've asked Community Development, we've asked the Police Department, I've asked everybody to look at how they can cut costs. And yes, there's money in the budget that could theoretically be used, but that money could also be rolled over into 2019 and be redirected. And I think that when we're asking the city employees to hang on for another year while we get through a tough 2019 and have the potential of the realistic potential of passing on raises and hiring additional people in 2020, I think there's a little bit of a disconnect there that concerns me as a council member, that I'm sending a message that their sacrifice isn't really worth it.
Councilmember Johnson again, then Deputy Mayor Honda.
I did
and
want to
then
give an
Councilmember
opportunity to Councilmember Dawson first. You want to?
Sorry, I didn't see it, Lydia.
I was playing with it, sorry. I believe in civic engagement. And I think if it goes well, it would encourage people to really engage, understand what it means to vote, and also increase the voter, people who, to get excited about why they're voting and what they're doing. So I totally agree with that, and I do support that idea. My only question just goes back to what I've heard here on the dais, the legality of using those funds. We just want to make sure that is okay. But I do support you guys' idea, because I think it would be great for our city to go out, if we can legally do it, and get people rallied up around this. We just did the Bite of Federal Way, and people did rally around it. They were excited about it. And a lot of people don't even understand the importance of voting, or the importance of civic engagement, especially in the minority population or immigrant population. We don't find it that important, and that's why you don't see a lot of my immigrants participating in civic engagement. So if this is something that would bring people out and pull the population out to get them engaged, and get engaged in what's happening in our city, and focus on our city as something that is for the people, and for the residents, and for our constituents. I think it's a great idea, but again, I do also understand what Councilmember Duclos and Mark Kopeng are saying, and so I think that's something that really is important to understand, before we make this decision. So.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Johnson, thank you for deferring the floor to Councilmember Sefa Dawson. I didn't see your light. So Councilmember Johnson will go, then Councilmember Kopeng, then the Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you. And I appreciate those comments, Lydia. And we worked with the city attorney, and I would defer to him if he has any other response to that. But there are a number of cities that do these type of events. I don't know if you've heard of Rock the Vote. It's more of a progressive lens, but Rock the Vote is something that happens across the nation. And I truly think that we're taking a stand as a city to say to our citizens, we want you to be engaged. I mean, we, as a city, we spend money on holiday events for a holiday that some people don't even celebrate in Christmas. We spend money on different events, but are we willing to spend money on our citizens to say, we want to hear your voice? And this is the city council putting money that's set aside to go to DC and to go to conferences and saying, we're willing to give that up towards an event for our community. So that's a question I would just ask my colleagues.
Councilmember Kopeng and Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think, I think I feel like I'm in an uncomfortable position of arguing against something that I believe in. I believe in community engagement. I believe in voter engagement. I think what I'm arguing about is I don't know where the event's going to be. I don't know who's going to be performing at the event. I don't know who's going to be the co-sponsors. I have more unknowns than knowns here. And that, for me, as a responsible public servant that is responsible for the purse strings of the city, for me to vote for something on the fly and hope it all works out, I don't want to do that.
Deputy Mayor Honda, then Councilmember Duclos.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Tran.
Is it possible to put together the program and come back in 2 weeks? So that we know exactly what the program is?
Susan, I will respond and say that another aspect of this is, and I'll let Cheyenne maybe touch on this, is if we don't want to do $3,500, that's fine. If we want to do $500, if we want to do another amount, but are we willing to make a commitment as a city before we go out and get other sponsorships?
So I'm looking at the $500 community package, and we would have a brand logo on 10,000 flyers throughout the city, brand given official sponsor recognition on an event webpage, and one brand representative at the networking media day. If we give any amount of money, does that allow the city logo to be used?
Right.
Does it allow it?
Right.
So there's two separate issues here. One is, does the city council think it's appropriate for the city's image, its logo, to be used in association with this event?
No.
So that's a separate issue than
Okay.
whether or not money can be used for it. To answer Councilmember Johnson's question, I guess everyone's question about the legality of using government funds for a rally event to promote nonpartisan voter activism, that's definitely something, if council determined that that was a legitimate government purpose, that's something that you think government money should be spent on, then I think that would be the finding of a court. They would defer to your call on that point. So I don't have an issue with the legality of it. The question of whether or not you want your name associated with the event, that's up to you.
Let's do this. Before we hear from Cheyenne, were you done?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, you're not done? Okay, sorry.
So I too agree with Councilmember Kopeng that I like the idea of getting people together. I like the idea of encouraging people who might not understand the value of voting and understand what that actually means in this country and why it is so important to vote and to have a voice in who represents you. But I do have some concerns. I think $3,500 is a lot of money, and I don't really support spending $3,500 on this. But I am concerned about what ages are we looking at all ages? So would you have music available for, like if my in-laws came, they're 85 and 86, would there be music for that type of age and all the way down?
Absolutely. Our goal from a production standpoint, first of all, was to show our capability and talk a little bit about our history of being able to produce such events from within the community. But yeah, the idea is that the lineup of influencers, if you would reflect all ranges, all realms, all cultures, all ideas, and music that would support such culture as well. So anybody, totally family friendly, anyone that could walk through that mall essentially would be, anyone that would be privy to the experience.
Is it possible to put together what the program would look like and then come back to the council?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And again, from a producer standpoint, the idea too was for me at least, to come and kind of extract some of the mentality of the city and the council and how it works as well. Because it's not that there is not other support or can't be other support. I have ongoing strategic partnerships around the entire county. But it was to kind of see where the city would be at and its involvement initially, and then kind of move from there as part of the story tell. So yeah, it's totally open for coming back and kind of doing maybe even a PowerPoint presentation like some of the stuff I've seen tonight, and give a really good example of how it would actually unfold, as well as show things that we've done successfully in the past in the city, because we would mirror that as well.
I think that would be really helpful, because I'm hearing that I don't think we all have the vision. And I think we need to be presented with the vision and what's going to happen. And before I give up the mic, I do want to thank you for what you do with Coffee with the Principal. I've been to a couple of those, and it's absolutely amazing, and thank you for supporting the kids and our teachers and the city.
I sincerely
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
that. Thank you.
Councilmember Duclos, Councilmember Tran, then Councilmember Kopeng again.
I just have, we're sitting here, we've been talking the budget and how tight it is, and then for us to sponsor a political rally downtown just doesn't feel good. I mean, if I'm a person watching at home, we're talking about spending even just $3,500, that's a lot of money to a lot of people. And there's much better uses for that right now. Our budget is extremely tight, and I just think that it's inappropriate to use it for a political sense. Yes, we can, want to encourage people to vote, let's use our signage. Don't forget to vote. Put signs out in our electric reader boards and things like that. That, I don't think, costs us a whole lot of money, and I think that's fine. But if you're doing something like this, I'd rather have private dollars in it than public dollars.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Duclos. Councilmember Tran?
Part of my question already answered by Ryan, the legal questions. I think it is important for the council to, do everything we can to engage the public. So for that, I do support the ideas, but I also agree with the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Kopeng about, it feel like we've rushed into this and tried to get this done, too quickly. So I was just wondering if we can delay this just a little bit so that we can work out the detail and then come back to this council so that we can take a look at it. But, I do support Councilmember Moore and Johnson of, creating this type of event. It's just that maybe we should step back just a little bit and, get more time to, prepare. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Kopeng?
I think, to my previous question, and again, this is to Councilmember Moore and Johnson, we need to know what the venue is. I think we need to know for sure that we have a venue that we can have on that day. I think it'd be good to know what the acts are that would be the part of the event so that we understand who we're supporting. I think it also would be just, I think if you can get those two things to us, that would make it a whole lot easier for us to say, okay, maybe we want to do it. But I think the issue about the budget and how tight things are still comes into play. So but again, I like the idea. It's not like I'm opposed to the idea. I just don't like the timing. I feel like we're rushing to get something done, and I think the lessons that we learned about the flavor of Federal Way and how great that event was because it was properly planned is instructive for us in looking at realistically doing something in 25 days. That's a huge undertaking. Yeah, it is a huge undertaking. You wouldn't do that professionally, would you? You'd want 3 months typically or at least 3 or 6 months.
Typically, yeah, and I've expressed that, even on a production level, typically you want to be a quarter, 2 quarters ahead
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
of anything.
And I mean, how many acts do you have signed right now? Or
Well,
committed?
we haven't made any,
Okay.
we haven't pursued any solid commitments yet until we had something from the city. And I think part of that was to create narrative that the city did have
Absolutely.
interest in such an
Absolutely.
engagement.
And I think that that's a fair thing to say, but I also think that realistically, how many groups are going to be able to say, oh yeah, I actually have that Friday night free?
Well, I think a lot of that kind of is, from my standpoint, is where I leverage my network, my
Okay.
wherewithal, and that ability. Again, having ongoing sponsors, Guitar Center doing stage and sound and lighting setup and microphones and various things that, I have ongoing would come into play here if in fact there was, absolute interest from the city.
Have you had any expressed commitments from these groups that they would be willing to support something like this in federal way?
Yeah,
If the
there's-
council was able to.
Yeah, from the conversations I've had, which have been light, they've been kind of in theory, waiting for this moment. But yeah, there's a lot of interest, actually, yeah.
Okay, I personally, I think as a businessman, I would want to know that I was investing my money in something that was well-planned, well thought out, and it's there.
I agree.
Okay, I don't feel like it's there.
Right.
Okay?
And
that's not a criticism of you.
No, I
You
know.
are running hard and fast trying to make something happen, and I get that, and I appreciate that.
Right, and part of my confidence and certainty is along the lines of the fact that I'm doing this all the time, producing productions 2-3 times a week. So it's not a far-fetched thing for me and my organization, but given the sensitivities here, it might be something to look back and reflect on. And more importantly, maybe it is the consideration of years to come. I'd love that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Actually, I'll give the floor to Councilmember Johnson, and then I'll.
Councilmember Johnson?
Well, thank you. And I appreciate, Cheyenne, you speaking it from a business sense, and also Councilmember Copan, because you do this every day as well. But I do think it kind of begs a larger question. We, as a council, we don't have any money earmarked towards community outreach in our budget. And this was a way for us to reallocate funds for professional development, which I think there's more important things than that as well, to community outreach. And as I said before, I think it sends a message to your community when you say that you are rallying together and you want them to come out and vote for their representatives. And I think that's more important in my mind than attending a conference or hiring a facilitator for a training. So that's my point. And so I hope that if this does go to something that's going to be looked at for future, that we consider that, because it's never been done before in the city. It's an innovative idea that the council take a stand on.
Councilor Duclos?
I agree. I think in the future, I plan for it next year. I think throwing it together this close to election time and with such a tight budget that we have is the wrong time to do it. But I think if we could plan for it and actually raise money in the community or get sponsorships, like from the Chamber of Commerce and the Rotary and places like that, that would make it much more meaningful. So I would, if we wanted to work on it, get a committee to work on it, I think that'd be fine for next year around this time.
Okay. Any more discussion or?
Yeah.
Actually, Deputy Mayor, did you have?
I was just going to say to Councilmember Johnson, I don't think that the council is saying that they're against it. They just want to know what is actually going to happen. They want to see in black and white what's going to happen. I don't hear anyone say they don't think it's a bad idea. I just think that they want to see the outline of the day, how the day is going to happen, who's going to be there, where it's going to be, and that kind of information.
Well, the next city council meeting is in 2 weeks on the 16th, which would be 11 days before the. Councilmember Moore?
This is kind of hard for me to hear. I appreciate the authenticity of the comments and the concerns and also the support that I am hearing on this. I think this is really important. This whole year, I've been yearning for the council to step outside the box on its traditional roles and think innovatively, and this is a chance for us to do that. And I couldn't put it in better words. I think Jesse is a good speaker, but what an awesome way for us to reinvest these dollars back into the public. I think that is a really important message that it sends out. And my concern, and let me just kind of clear some things. This is only for this year. Only for this year. And when I say that, we're only working with the 17 and 18 budget. So we're not talking about next year, we're not talking about the year before, although that's our vision, and we'd like to see that. We're only talking about this time. And I understand that for 1920, we may have budget difficulties. And so this, just to reiterate, and that's, this would literally be coming out of professional services where we pay for a retreat facilitator. We've already done that. That's done with. And then there's also the miscellaneous service where we pay for council retreats and rental fees and office furniture. And I'm pretty sure we don't need any more office furniture. And again, this is for us to reinvest this year's dollars back into the public by thinking outside the box, by sending the message out and saying vote. And I think that's really important. And I do have some questions, and that's, if we're talking about come back to the next council meeting with this and that and whatnot, and let's say we decide to support it then, that's going to make it that much more impossible. Right, Cheyenne? And let me clarify, and that's, he has 20 years of experience. He's the one, his incredible company is the one that's putting it together. So he knows how to operate this. He knows how to do this. And I think that's really important. And so, I don't know if you want to add to that, Cheyenne. I mean, I feel like you would, but, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an exact question, but I think that at the end of the day, the closer you get to the day that you want to do it, the harder it is, to do it. So that's just, the short and simple there.
Absolutely, and obviously, in all of our planning meetings and whatnot, today was an important day because that set the stage up for us moving the pieces and getting more sponsorship of public and private sponsorships and getting acts together. I mean, today was important for that. If you don't do anything today, then that makes it literally impossible. Is that correct?
Yeah, and ideally, this would be like a first phase step. This would initiate, the process to do the other things, and maybe that wasn't clarified.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to have clarity, and I think it's important to have, I think that's part of the authenticity to the community too, is that there's clarity with everyone on the council that they know what's going on, whatever those concerns are. We either can meet them, or we can't. But from my position on the production side, it was, once that was, identified, in that interest and commitment, regardless of the financial level, then that created a powerful storyline for the community that the city would be involved. But to Deputy Mayor's credit in talking about being able to come back and maybe represent, if it's important enough to the members of the council, then maybe that's a conversation we have to see if that's something that we can do to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Cheyenne. Councilmember Johnson, Councilmember Kopang, then Councilmember Assefa Dawson.
No, thank you. And I think I will, after hearing the conversation, defer to the consensus of my colleagues with this. And I think, we can still put together an event like this. Multi-Service Center, Federal Way Youth Action Team, the school district has already expressed interest in sponsoring this event. My personal goal was to get a commitment from the entity that I work for and the public that I serve towards this event. And so whether that was going to be $3,500, $500, or $5. And so if that means that we have to hold off until another year, it sounds like that's something that we're going to have to do. And so regardless, we still want to do this event. And you have my personal commitment to help support this event in any way that I can. But it sounds like from the consensus of the group that we want to wait on this.
Councilmember Kopech?
Yeah, Cheyenne, I just want to say, I want to do this right.
Sure, absolutely.
I think it's important that we do it right. I don't know how long the planning's been going on. I just heard about it last week. So for me, it's new.
I just heard about it now.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, Councilmember Moore or Johnson, you could tell us how long you've been planning it, but I want to do it right. And I'm concerned we're not going to do it right. If I'm going to put the City of Federal Way stamp on it, I want it to be right. So anyway.
Okay, Councilmember Cephas-Dawson, then Councilmember Tran.
Yeah, I think Jesse kind of touched on what my question was going to be. Is this event planned and going to happen on the 27th no matter what?
It can.
It can.
It absolutely can. Our position was, and I expressed this to both council members that brought it to me, was the city's involvement, I think, is a critical message to the community. It's not to say that it can't happen without the city's involvement. It certainly can. I produce events all the time, but that was important.
Okay, Councilmember Tran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think the question is whether or not the council is going to support this event. I think majority of the council members are going to support this event. The concern that I have is we are 25 days away from this event, and you need time to prepare, and the resident and the citizen in the city need to be notified because people, plan things ahead. So for that reason, even though in private, I did share with Council Member Moore and Johnson that I would support this, but now I know more information and I feel like we are rushing to this and try to get this done. So that's why I'm kind of step back a little bit. But there's no, in my mind that I do support this, and I believe that majority of the council members do support this. But like Councilmember Copan said, we need to do this right. So.
Deputy Mayor Honda.
One more question. So what is the role of the city council if we were to provide some funding? Do we help set up? Do we clean up? Do we help get, seriously, when I help with any,
We'll need to wipe the tables.
Well, no, when I help with an event, usually it's setting up and cleaning up and getting the word out, advertising, trying to get people there. So what exactly would the role be for us?
Honestly, Deputy Mayor, I think that's exclusively something up, to you guys to kind of define. I know for sure there was ideas of, being a part of the speaking panels or, being able to share voting experiences or whatever that may be for each of you individually. I know Councilman Moore and Councilman Johnson have expressed that they wanted to be a part of something like that. So that would be within the flow of the production. But anything else is left to be defined and certainly doable depending on what it is you guys feel is necessary.
Okay, thank you, Cheyenne.
Okay.
Is there, what's the resolution on this? Councilmember Johnson?
I think, I don't know if it's a motion, but we would just, push this back and hold it off until further notice.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Good discussion. All right. Now, moving on to council reports. Councilmember Duclos.
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being an elected official is sometimes difficult. And sometimes when you have a vision, And sometimes it's hard to get people to think outside the box a little bit. But I understand the concerns, and we'll go back to the room and review some things, and we'll move forward in one way or another with it. I do want to say thank you to our police chief. There you are. I guess at age 34, things get blurry. I want to thank you for your presentation earlier today. I think that was it was well done. I appreciate it a lot of good information. I liked how there was change that seemed to kind of come about. And so I look forward to discussing more about that in our Parks and Human Services Committee. And to Ryan Call, I appreciate your input, what you shared about the Hunter case. As I sit back, the one thing that does, the good thing that's happened out of this whole situation, that's become very controversial and very sensitive, is that, here's an opportunity. This is an opportunity for the police to continue to enhance their services, continue to evolve with the community, and look at new methods, look at new ways, because our community has changed. It's changed dramatically. And so I think there's opportunities for further discussions, and continuing the history of getting the public trust, gaining the public trust. But I'm looking forward to those conversations and suggestions, and I'm looking forward to that Parks and Human Services Committee. So, as the mayor has indicated in his mayor's report, we are indeed in a full budget meeting. The last 3 budget meetings that we've had, this room has been literally empty, except for 2 to 3 or 4 people. Dana, she's in the audience. She is an incredible rock star. She's been coming to every single budget meeting, and I thank you for that. That's really important because, I'm grounded in the reality that, when we voted for the Lake Haven utilities, we had hundreds of people that came in here and said, what are you doing with my money? Where is this money going? What's happening? And here's the opportunity to talk about it, and no one's here. And so, and I know that there are people in the audience that live stream things. Thank you for that. That helps us get to new audiences. That's why I asked for a town hall meeting, and I'm upset that I'm not getting one, because there's value in that, because that town hall means we're reaching out to new people. However, I appreciate the fact that that the mayor's done a video, because that does reach out to new people, and that's what we need to start doing at City Hall, is learning to think outside the box and becoming more and more transparent. And so be sure to come to the next budget meeting. This is your money, and if you want to know how things work, I know that we're here to answer any questions, so that's really important. Also, I want to do a shout out to Jeanette from the recycling department. She has worked really hard along with the farmers market to donate food to the Federal Way Caregivers Network. And so I know that Jeanette has gone above and beyond delivering that food on her own personal time, and I believe she's under your department, EJ. And so I feel like I missed stating that at the last council meeting, but I think it's really important to recognize staff that's going above and beyond. And I know that in talking with Hope Elders, she tremendously appreciated that a lot. So please pass on that thanks to her. Again, I thank you to the council for this discussion of the rally to vote. And by the way, we did change it to rally to vote. It used to be the rock to vote, and then we changed it to rally to vote because we're truly trying to be nonpartisan. And so also a shout out to Shelley Pauls for all the amazing work that she does for We Love Our City. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Kopeng.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a late night, and I'm going to make it short. I think one of the things that that the Violence Prevention Coalition Steering Committee recommended was engagement of the youth after school. And I'm very proud to be on the board of the Boys and Girls Club and to be a part of an organization that has been creating that kind of solution for years. We just had a breakfast. It's our annual breakfast. It used to be in the spring. This year it got pushed off because of scheduling conflicts, but we had a great crowd, and the city supported that, as well as council members, and we actually raised a total of $71,000 on that breakfast. It's the most successful breakfast we've ever had for the Boys and Girls Club. So the business community really is, I think, stepping up and getting behind organizations like the Boys and Girls Club to make a difference in the youth of Federal Way. So I was very pleased with that. I also attended a Roadmap to the Future workshop in Tukwila, which was very informative, and really got to hear things from other cities' perspectives. So it certainly helped me to understand some of the complexity of the issues that we're facing as a region in King County as a whole and in South King County. The last thing I want to do is, again, thank the IT department for the support with me being able to attend the budget workshop meetings last week from Topeka, Kansas. Happy to be home, happy to be here with you, and that is the conclusion of my report.
Great. Councilmember Tran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, October is the Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which is the annual campaign to increase awareness of the disease, and that's why today I wear pink tie. There are a few of the ways that you can help a woman in need. One way is to volunteer or to help out with the National Breast Cancer Foundation, or donate money, or simply just talk to your loved ones or call them and remind them to go see a doctor and keep up with the regular checkup. And that's one way to help the woman. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be remiss to not mention Dr. Mildred Ali, if the reports are true. My sincere prayers to her family, and I got to know her this year in talking about the school district and how I can support. And one thing that she did mention to me was that she wishes that I was on the school board, but I told her that's not where I'm meant to be. But it really just made me think, we really have a finite amount of time on this earth. And I think the work that she did just shows that you can have infinite impact if you really focus on your true passion. And she used to say that our kids in our district are beautiful, brilliant, and brimming with hope. And so I hope that, we, to Councilmember Kopang's point, reflect that in our budget in terms of funding our youth. And so I'm happy that the Youth Action Team and other youth programs will be presenting on a proposal next week for the city. I think that we have a lot of work to do with our youth. You could just see it. We're second in the state in youth referrals to the juvenile justice system, and I think that has to change. And then the final thing I will point out is with our budget, every council member up here is working tirelessly. We literally did 12 hours last week in budget talks, and we'll continue to do that until we get it right, because that's what the citizens deserve. But I think that we have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of questions that I still have in terms of the budget, and so I'm happy to come back with my colleagues in a couple weeks, happy to attend the revenue meeting next Monday, Deanie, and I think we just have a comprehensive we have a lot of work in terms of making sure that we're not forgetting certain aspects of our community when we're making our budget. And so I'm just excited about that. And then I'll end my comments by just saying that thank you, Chief Hwang, and the work that you did today in presenting what the police are doing. I'm happy that we had our conversation and we're in contact with different organizations, such as the National Organization for Black Law Enforcement. And their chapter president is the acting U.S. Marshal. That's a huge position in our state. And he wants to do more community outreach events in the city of Federal Way. He wants to reach out to more communities of color and more youth, and I think the department does as well. And I think you reflected that in your statements today. So I'm happy about that. So with that, I'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Cepeda-Jones.
Thank you. I too want to say my condolences to Dr. Oliver's family. She too was very influential, especially when I was appointed to this position. And so it's unfortunate that she's not here to hear this gratitude, but I'm blessed to have known her, blessed to have had her in my life. And so I guess that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for the opportunity.
Deputy Mayor Honda.
Thank you. It's been a long night, and it's not over because we have executive session after this. But on Saturday and Sunday, we had We Love Our City event. Saturday was the blueberry farm, cleaning that up, and Sunday was many different things throughout the city. Councilmember Cepeda-Jones was there. I was there. I worked for about 4 hours on making lace for the homeless folks and helping Betty Taylor, which that is her mission in life, to do that. And our very own Jerry Lynn Clark was there to help with the lake project. We had a ribbon cutting for Valley Cities last week, and I was surprised to hear that they had been looking for a building in this area to buy for 9 years before they finally bought one. And we're glad that they're here. And, one of the biggest responsibilities that we have as a council is to adopt the budget. And I know with talking to all of you that you take this responsibility very seriously. And so I am looking forward to the questions and the concerns and perhaps any changes that might happen before this budget is passed. But thank you for all you do. It isn't easy, especially to the young ones who are just married and who have to donate so much time to the city. So thank you.
Very good. Okay. Good meeting, everybody, but we're not quite done. As the Deputy Mayor said, we have an executive session for potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42-30-1101I. And Council, what's our anticipated length? 20 minutes, if that. All right. But at a maximum of 20 minutes. And I've got, we're going to start in about 3 minutes, so I'd say
5
minutes. We'll say 5 minutes. So I would say we'll be done by 11:30. Okay? All right, we're in recess for that purpose. Cheyenne, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah. Important work.